La sok b'divrei Torah, la sok b'divrei Torah. La sok b'divrei Torah, la sok b'divrei Torah. Okay, so Reb Zalman Schachter Shalomi, of blessed memory, used to say, they're Kabbalists and they're Kabbalologists. Okay? The Kabbalologist knows everything about Jewish mysticism, but doesn't do it, as opposed to the Kabbalist doesn't. Okay? He used to say that. Reb Zalman was the Babacher before there was Chabad per se, before Chabad did all of its outreach. So what we're going to do today is this handout. Just in studying this, you will know more than the vast majority of people in this country know about Jewish astrology. So we're going to study this, okay? What we're also going to do, though, is then we'll take a break, and you're going to do your own charts. You're going to start working on your own charts using the source materials that I brought. I only have so many books on the topic that I really go through, because I actually read the books I buy. I have to be honest, I don't read all the books I'm given, but I do read all the books I buy. This is what we're going to do today is really based on 4 texts. The Torah, 5 texts. The Torah, the Tanakh, okay, so the first 5 books of the Bible, the entire Bible, the Talmud, and these 2 books. These 2 books are Sefer Bahir and Sefer Yetzirah. These are both roughly 2,000 or more years old. These are 2 of the 3 primary texts of Jewish mysticism. The other one being Zohar. And these, although the Zohar is attributed to being from Rabbi Yochanan, or from Hashem Bar Yochai, there's a whole theory that was actually written in the Middle Ages, pseudepigraphic book. But these 2 are ancient texts. Not these books aren't so ancient, but they're old, as you can see. And much of what is in these other books, vast majority is taken from these 2 texts. Just to give you an idea, just the first chapter of this, there was a group of other rabbis and myself who used to study once a week long ago, for an hour and a half every Wednesday morning at 6 in the morning. It took us 6 months just to get through the first chapter of this. Okay, that's how intense it is. Theoretically, supposedly, have anyone ever heard of a golem?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the book that teaches you how to make a golem.
Oh.
Now, I've been working on this book now, so I've been working on this book about 35 years. I've yet to figure out how to make one back in the house for Allison, but in theory, so much of what you're going to see comes from, those are the 2 source materials, all right? There are a lot of books written that are New Age BS books, a lot of New Age BS stuff on this material. Hey there! On this material. But as you know, I believe in actually studying the real text, which is why we have all this. So that we can really look and examine and learn. So we're going to do that. Pop in questions whenever needed. And we're going to, after going through this, we're going to then take the tools from this and work on your own chart. In Judaism, we're not going to do all of this. It's just too much. But you can overlay the days of the week, the times of the day, the month, the year, location, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, your name, the constellations and stars and planets are included in that, and the notes of the musical scale. Okay, my friend and teacher Reb Avraham Greenbaum, it's been a number of years since he came to the States. But Reb Avraham, who founded the Breslov Research Institute along with Rabbi Chaim Kramer, Reb Avraham actually years ago, Rabbi Beverly Hills brought him to the temple. He gave a 3-hour talk on the Kabbalah of music, where he correlated the 12 notes in a scale and correlated with 12 months and the constellations and the 12 megacards, certain letters. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of stuff that we don't need to go into all that, but we're going to get to that list. Everyone with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to go around and start reading. And if you don't want to read, you can just say pass and someone else will read. But let's begin on the first page on this handout. How many pages are they making this? I don't know. 9-page handout? 8-page handout? Something like that.
If you
Thomas,
read
what?
louder, please.
Louder?
Yes.
Do I need a microphone?
No.
We cannot be passing on. But yeah, your voice is okay.
My voice is okay. Then why are you telling me louder?
No, the people who was going to read.
But they haven't read yet, so how do you know if they're going to be loud or soft? Who was complaining about that? Someone on the video was complaining. They may be very loud.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And you, Orlando, do you have the handout online for people who need it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so they can also read along. So please speak very, very loudly. Let's start right over here. Start reading the first page.
It is well attested that each nation and each city is linked to a star that advises it as to its fate. Israel, however, has a great fortune in that God alone is its advisor, for Israel is God's portion.
This is one of the themes in all of this, okay? That we get to go, as my friend Rich Perlin says, when people have tried to convert him over the years, his answer is, why am I going to go through an agent when for thousands of years why people go straight to the boss? Okay? So this is, the stars do relate to different individuals and different cultures, and which, by the way, is one of the theories because groups like Hamas are all constantly praying for our destruction. It's why when their star is in conjunction, they have more power to do that. There's a whole understanding of that too. All right, please continue. This is from Ibn Ezra. Go ahead.
A king conquered a new province, the elite of which decided that they needed to forge connections with the new rulers. Some decided to become acquainted with the dukes, others with the knights, and yet others with the ministers. The wisest amongst them declared, I will forge a connection with the king himself. He reasoned, all the ministers, knights, and dukes change. However, the king will always remain.
This is from Midrash Rabbah. This is a couple thousand years old, and it's the idea that we go straight to the boss. Okay? And that is who we are, that's what we do, and that's what we need to focus on. We have our own pathway to the boss, but that pathway is also based on the mitzvot, and based on Torah, and based on our teachings, and based on living a certain lifestyle. Okay? And when we don't live in a certain way, then that path gets closed more and more and more. Okay, please continue. No, go ahead, Fiona. We can finish this page. Go ahead.
Abraham said to the Holy One, blessed be he, I investigated my astrological fortune and found that I am due to have only one child.
Now, just again, this is attributed to Abraham, this book, Sefer Yetzirah. We know it's written 2,000 years ago. There are commentaries on it that are written by the 6th century. But it's actually attributed to Abraham, the teachings. So he was apparently this great astrologer as well, recognized as such by the Chaldees, by different cultures. So go ahead, start again. This is from Talmud. This is from 2 pieces of Talmud.
God answers, release yourself from the influence of your stars, for Israel is beyond the constellations. Your ruling planet is Zedek, Jupiter, which appears in the west. Based on its influence, you are not due any more children. I, however, will move the planet Zedek to the east, so that you may father another child, as it is written, who caused the illumination of Zedek to the east, may it be called on his behalf.
So the idea being that, because you asked the question, Carolyn, why does it matter? Well, because you may realize, okay, this needs to shift. This isn't this part of my chart, and I need to move it. And how do you move it, and how do you do it? The simple analogy for this would be, how many of you have heard about the idea of Mercury in retrograde? Okay, Mercury's retrograde, and so you're not supposed to do business transactions, right? Not according to us, but according to modern astrology, because, and I guess retrograde for Mercury is when it seems to be going one way, but it seems to be going the other way, right? It's not actually going backwards, but it seems to because of its relationship to Venus. It doesn't have to affect us, okay? God can do anything. All right, please continue.
One who has heard of
Sorry, there are typos. It's who has. You were correct.
one who has heard a forecast from a competent astrologer may take this information into account and ought not act contrary to the astrological influences, because one must not rely on miracles.
So it's just something to know about. Can you swim against the current? Yeah, but it's smarter if you know what the current is. Okay, go on. This one's over.
From the time that the Torah was given to Israel, the Israelites were withdrawn from the rule of the stars and constellations. However, if one does not follow the ways of the Torah, he returns to be under the domain of these natural influences.
So think of it this way. We have a pathway straight to the king, and if we're living a certain lifestyle, that pathway is wide open. But the more that we're not living according to the mitzvah, the more that we're not living according to Jewish law, the more that we're not living based upon the teachings of our tradition, that pathway becomes smaller and smaller. It's harder to have that direct pathway. Or maybe an easier way is that there's more gates in between. Okay? So when you keep kosher, that keeps certain gates open that you don't have when you don't keep kosher. All right? I want to give this as an illustration real quickly. If you take God's name, how many of you read Hebrew? Okay. So God's name is Yud, He, Vav, He, right? And if you take that, it says that we're made in the image of God, and you take that and you make it vertically, it looks like a human being, right? So it says we're made with Tzalem Hashem, we're made in the image of God. What it's saying is this is the image of God. However, you see there's an opening right there, right? Because the letter Hey looks like this. And there's an opening right here. This is, I can't talk to you right now, sorry. No, that's from Israel. Okay, so that would equate to what? My hip, right? What, I want to kind of see how things correlate. What happens with the hip, so if you keep kosher, what part of the meat are you not allowed to eat, or cow you're not allowed to eat? Anything from the sciatica. Why? Because Jacob, when his name is changed to Israel, wrenches his hip. Does that make sense? So what happens is if you are eating non-kosher meat, like pork, I just said no. So if you're eating kosher meat or non-kosher meat, you're blocking that off, which is preventing the flow of God from coming in. Right? So each time that someone says, okay, I'm going to have a piece of filet mignon, you're blocking off that flow. You're putting a gate. You're making it a little harder for you to have that direct relationship with all the open gateways and all the open pathways to the king. Does that make sense to everyone? So it's not about, the idea is that, and that's just one example that's easy to illustrate. So it's not about just keeping kosher because you should and because it's grazers, it's also that particular type of meat. Do you see how that blocks energy? And when you're blocking that energy, as a result, it's a little harder to get to the king, which means constellations have more effect on you as opposed to if you're keeping kosher. Okay, I don't care if people keep kosher or not, it's your life. Okay, I just care if you understand.
Question?
Yeah, okay.
Does that mean that you're kind of stuck if you don't buy kosher beef because you don't know what part of the cow went into the hamburger?
Not necessarily. The kosher to beef. So look, the first thing to do is if you're going to keep kosher, which means the first thing to do is to do it very slowly, a step at a time. So stop eating tripe, shellfish, pork, etc., eel, catfish, etc. Stop mixing milk and meat, because again, when you're mixing milk and meat, it's an improper mixture. One's the symbol of life, one's the symbol of death, right? Milk is the symbol of new birth. Meat is the symbol of it's just death, right? So you start with those things, and then you want to move to kosher beef. But you can get non-kosher meat when you're getting. I don't know the butcher terms well enough, but I don't think every ribeye is from the same part, right? It's by the ribs.
But when you're buying hamburger, you don't know what part. It's just all the leftovers after they put the steaks.
Then probably if you're buying hamburgers, you buy kosher meat if you can.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
So does that make sense?
Yep.
By the way, we're devoting this teaching to the Mishaberach Michael ben Shira, that he may receive speedy and full healing. We should put that out too. In a sense, it helps them. So the idea is, again, look what it's saying very clearly. This is from Zohar, if one does not follow the ways of the Torah, he returns to be under the domain of those natural influences. So just think of it as a pathway to the king, and every time that you're not following the Torah, those which keeps the pathway open, the constellations have more effect. Does that help answer the question you asked earlier, Caroline? Okay. Please continue. Go ahead. And God said.
And God said. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And then for them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the large light to rule the day and the small light to rule the night. And he made the stars, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, the fourth day.
Okay, when the stars are created, the constellations are created. And when we think of the stars, we think of the stars, the moon, the sun, the constellations, all as one thing. All makes sense, right? All, that's a nice statement. But let's look at it for a second, that first line on page 1. Let them be, what are they for, right? They're for the days of the time, for days of the hours of the day, they're for the days of the week, they're for the days of the season. So it says, let them be for signs, for seasons, for days, and for years. Okay, the stars, all the stars, right, mark obviously the years as we move through this constellation. They obviously mark the days, clearly the seasons. Well, what's the first thing that they're for? Signs. They're for teaching us. They're for giving us guideposts. They're for giving us, their first purpose is to give us signs, not to just tell us when the seasons are. Now, when you read this, how many of you read this paragraph or heard this paragraph before? Did you ever think about the fact that it says for signs? We just think, oh, the stars are up there. So it tells us what day, what time of the day, what time of the season, years. We can calculate geography. We can calculate map making. The very first thing it says is they are for signs. Okay, they're for teachings. Another word for another term that is used for the alphabet is also, the alphabetical letters are, they are also signs. Okay, all right, continue.
You shall not practice divination or soothsaying.
Okay, this is not to predict the future. The future is always in God's hands. That's not what we're doing here. We're not throwing the I Ching or rolling a tarot card. We use them for science to understand things, not so that we can say, oh, this is going to happen, because that's not in anyone's hand except for God's. It says very clearly, we repeat over and over, that everything is in the hands of heaven except being in awe of heaven. Everything is in the hands of God except being in awe of God. So that's not why we're doing this. Please continue.
It was stated, Hanina.
R always stands for rabbi, so Rabbi Hanina.
Rabbi Hanina said, the planetary influence gives wisdom, the planetary influence gives wealth, and Israel stands under planetary influence. Rabbi Johanan maintained Israel is immune from planetary influence. Now Rabbi Johanan is consistent with his view, for Rabbi Johanan said, how do we know that Israel is immune from planetary influence? Because it is said, thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the nations, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the nations are dismayed at them. They are dismayed, but not Israel.
So the nations see the rest of the nations. I don't know how you say nations, by the way, in Hebrew. Goyim. Goyim is not a derogatory term. Goyim means a nation. Goyim means nations. So although it's sadly become used as a derogatory term, it actually is not. It just means nations in Hebrew. So they see something happen in the stars and they say, oh, Mercury's in retrograde, don't do business. We're not under that influence. We don't need to be. Go on, please.
Rab 2 holds that Israel is immune from planetary influence for Rab Judah, and in the Rab's name.
Rob yeah, go ahead, it's choose one, respond.
Okay. How do we know that Israel is immune from planetary influence? Because it is said, and he brought him forth from abroad. Abraham pleaded before the Holy One, blessed be he, sovereign of the universe. One born in mine house is mine heir. Not so, he replied.
As he's talking, Abraham's pleading, Ishmael was born in my house, so Ishmael's my heir. And that's not right. Go on.
Not so, he replied, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels, sovereign of the universe, cried he. I have looked at my constellation and find that I am not fated to beget child. He said, go forth from thy planet, for Israel is free from planetary influence.
So Psalm was written in a shorthand. So go forth from thy planet gazing, and instead, because Abraham was a great astrologer, and instead, Israel's free from planetary influence. Now, let's continue with you.
From Samuel 2.
Samuel's the great prophet, right? Samuel anoints Saul and David. It's this great prophet. Go on.
From Samuel 2, we learn that Israel is immune from planetary influence. For Samuel and Ablat were sitting while certain people were going to a lake. Said Ablat to Samuel, the man is going but will not return, for a snake will bite him and he will die. If he is an Israelite, replied Samuel, he will go and return. While they were sitting, he went and returned. Thereupon Ablat arose and threw off the man's knapsack and found a snake therein, cut up and lying in two pieces.
All right, so Samuel, these two guys are talking, and one of them says, so Kim and Fiona are talking, and Kim says, that guy's going to die because the astrological signs say he's going to die. Fiona says, not if he's a man of Israel. And so he comes back walking back. Kim's upset. How come he's alive? Opens up his backpack and finds a cut-up snake. Please continue.
Lying in two pieces. Said Samuel to him, what did you do? Every day we pulled our bread and ate it, but today one of us had no bread.
So Kim's going to ask this guy, what are you doing alive? Shmendrik, you're supposed to be dead. What did you do? So he's talking about what they did with bread. Go on.
All right, every day we pulled our bread and ate it, but today one of us had no bread and he was ashamed. Said I to them, I will go and collect the bread. When I came to him, I pretended to take bread from him so that he should not be ashamed. You have done a good deed, said he to him. Then Samuel went out and lectured, but charity delivereth from death. And this does not mean from an unnatural death, but from death itself.
Okay, so in other words, Kim's saying, what did you do? Well, we've all been pulling our bread every day, and I knew this guy didn't have any today, so I said I volunteered that I would collect it. When I went to him, I pretended I was collecting, but I didn't. So it's not to embarrass him. And first of all, it says such a value about Judaism, okay, to not embarrass someone, to not make them feel less than for any reason. It's so important. And for doing this, he lived. Sorry, Kim. Okay, please continue.
So what's with the snake now?
The snake was going to kill him, but instead had gotten cut up and killed in his knapsack. Okay, we're going to have another one right now. Please continue, Carolyn. This is from one of my favorites, Rabbi Akiva. And these are from Talmud. Good.
Rabbi Akiva 2, we learned that Israel is free from planetary influence, for Rabbi Akiva had a daughter. Now, astrologers told him, on the day she enters the bridal chamber, a snake will bite her and she will die.
Sorry, Kim, she's going to die. She's going to plot. Okay, go ahead.
He was very worried about this. On that day of her marriage, she took a brooch and stuck it into the wall, and by chance it penetrated, meaning sank into the eye of the serpent. Whoa. The following morning, when she took it out, the snake came trailing after it. What did you do? Her father asked her. A poor man came to our door in the evening, she replied, and everybody was busy at the banquet, and there was none to attend to him. So I took the portion which was given to me and gave it to him. You have done a good deed, he said to her. Thereupon Rabbi Akiva went out and lectured, but charity delivereth from death, and not merely from an unnatural death, but from death himself.
So you guys getting this? The star said she was to be dead. But because she is a Hebrew, because she's a Jew, and we're commanded to give tzedakah, charity, she did charity, and she did it specifically with the name of Shor Hadin, before the line of the law. So let's talk about that concept for a moment, which is a Jewish basic concept. You can follow the law and be a jackass. Right?
Right.
Judaism is not about that. Judaism is the name is Shor Hadin, meaning before the line of the law. Right? You can follow the law and just be a horrible human being and treat people horribly, right? But the idea of being before. I use the example all the time of my friend and teacher, Rabbi Shochet, that he tells the story of when he was a child, I want to say 10 or 11 or something, or maybe even younger. He's walking, I believe it was with his grandfather in Chicago having ice cream, and Alice is smiling because she knows the story. So, and it's walking, and at a certain point his grandfather slows him down. It was his father's grandfather. Slows him down, and when they get home, he says to Shochet, Rabbi Shochet, he says, Eli, do you know why I slowed us down? And Eli's voice says, no, I do not. And he says to him, because I saw that up ahead of us was an old man who was walking very slowly. We were in no rush. We did not need to walk past him and make him feel worse or old. That's the name of Shor Hadin. The man who the snake had died in his knapsack didn't have to make everybody feel right and not embarrass the other man who had no bread, but he did, and as a result, he was saved from these things. Akiva's daughter didn't have to go to give charity on her wedding day of all things, but she did. And so literally it saved her life. So no matter what the stars say, if we are living our life in a certain way with Torah, then in fact, we've got the straight pathway. They don't affect us in the same way. Make sense? Okay. Please continue.
What is thy calculation, Abraham to God, regarding Israel not being controlled by the planets? Because Zedek, Jupiter, stands in the west, I will turn it back and place it in the east. And thus it is written, who hath raised up Zedek from the east? He hath summoned it for his sake. From the time that the Torah was given to Israel, the Israelites were withdrawn from the rule of the stars and constellations. However, if one does not follow the ways of the Torah, he returns to be under the domain of these natural influences.
Okay, so I want to back up just a skosh, okay? God made Jupiter go backwards, which gave Abraham the opportunity to have another child, right? What is our patriarch's name when we first meet him in Parsha Lech Lecha? Is his name Abraham? Avram, right? So how does God change the stars? What becomes Avram's name, which he does a certain action, he gets a new name, and right after that happens, the angels come. How many remember the story? Spectre. Avram is told by God, circumcise you and your household, right? And so he does. He cuts off his foreskin with a dull rock. That's a level of faith. Right? And then he circumcises all of his household. And then what immediately happens in the Torah after that? These three angels, these three men show up, and he goes to immediately be hospitable, right? He's in pain. He's cooling off outside his tent, having been in pain, because I don't care how sharp the rock was, we can pretty much guarantee it hurt. And he's recovering, but he jumps up to go be host and be hospitable. Come, let us wash your feet, let's get your food. And they promise within a year that they will have a child. The child will be named Isaac, ends up being named Isaac because they laugh, right? Everybody, you guys remember that story? Okay. What else happens when Avram gets circumcised? He becomes Abraham. So without even going in the Hebrew of the Gematria, if your letters also have import on the stars, he just changed his stars, didn't he? He just changed the astrological and constellations that influence him. There's a tradition that when someone's very, very sick, you rename them. How many of you have heard that before?
They did that with some of the hostages.
Okay? You rename them. And the idea, by the way, that is generally taught is, because it's the easiest way, it's a nice little story. When you rename him, the angel of death can't find him. Everyone you heard that, right? The angel of death can't find him. Give him a new name. How stupid is that comment? It makes people feel nice. But when we look at it deeper, which we're starting to do, by changing the name, you are literally changing the planetary influences, aren't you? If, which we're going to be learning more of, letters correlate to constellations, and letters correlate to numbers, which correlate to parts of the body, which correlate. If all these things overlay each other, which we're going to be going into, then by adding the hey of God's name, you change the entire gematria, the entire numerical value. You guys see that? So it's not, oh, angel of death can't find him. It's he's a whole different being now. You guys seeing this? So it's not that, oh, God just decided to say, I'm going to make Jupiter run backwards. Jupiter just no longer had influence on him in the same way because it's not the same name now. There's a whole different correlation dynamic. Does that make sense? Yeah. And just to understand in terms of gematria, gematria is the numerical value of Hebrew letters to numbers. Like A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, 4 is D, etc. This is not my 2-volume set. That's much more intense. This is just this. This has every number and the word that has its numerical value. Okay. I actually have a 2-volume set that is only in Hebrew. This doesn't have every word. That literally has every word in the Torah and its numerical value and all this. So you look up a number for Avram or Abraham, and you can see all the other things that correlate to it. And the idea is that when you know that if this number equates to 13, and the number for love, the word of love has a numerical value of 13, this has a relationship to love. Does that make sense to everyone? Did I lose anyone? Honest, you gotta be clear with your other books. I lost her. Okay. Are you sure?
No, I have a different question.
Okay, so I didn't lose her. She just went off on a side road.
Yes. I didn't move forward. So we're free from planetary influence, but at the same time, we're influenced by planets. Can you?
So again, planets influence us. Okay? Think of it like there is okay, I'll do the drawing. I have a board here thanks to Orlando. So I'm going to do the drawing, right? Up here you have the king. Okay? Here you have us. All right? And we've got this pathway to the king. Okay? Every time, so all these different, all of these different other planets, that's not the right color. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this really color coordinated so things happen. Oops. So all these other planetary influences are over here, right? But they can't get in because we've got this clear pathway, right? With me? However, if this is pathway, these borders that give me the clear pathway are how I live my life Jewishly. How connected I am with my tribe. And that doesn't mean rabbinic Judaism. It doesn't mean what we think of as Orthodox today. It has nothing to do with that. Okay, it has to do with the Jewish values, it has to do with the Jewish practices, etc. Not minchag and not, that's a whole other discussion. But when we are doing it, we have a clear border. When we don't have that clear, this guy gets to go into there, this guy gets to go there, this guy might go to here, this guy. So now my pathway is much more closed. So we are both under the influence or not under the influence. Does that make sense? So when you eat non-kosher meat, you're letting this wall, I'm just dropping them all over. I have too many pens here. I'm going to get rid of all these pens. So when you have this wall, right, which is based upon living a certain way, every time that you eat filet mignon or pork, you're putting holes in it. Does does that help? That
Yeah, but you're making it simpler, right? Because it's not just the kosher, is it more than that?
no, I'm just using that as an example. It's kosher as an example.
So are there Jews who don't have the influence today?
Are there Jews who are not influenced by the stars? I don't know that there's any perfect Jews, so no.
Okay.
So in that way, so we're all influenced to whatever level we are or are not. I can't keep them up there. Stay. So does that help a little bit? So, but the more that you are living in a proper way, the less that you have. And if you're doing the thing thing, so Akiva's daughter, she makes a really strong wall by giving charity on her wedding day, right? So even though the stars had predicted or had said that she's going to die, the stars went to her, oops, too strong. Okay, does that make sense? Does that analogy work a little bit? Okay. I'll erase my fabulous drawings. That's about as good of art as you're going to get for me. Okay, where were we?
Last paragraph, page 3.
Okay, go.
The edicts of the stars constitute the basis of the hidden miracles mentioned in the Torah. However, the Jew, through the power of his choice and through his walking in the way of the Torah.
Okay, you write 9 pages and then no typos. And say I only sleep 2 hours a night for 15 months. Go.
May rise above the astrological influences.
And that's from Ramban, not Maimonides, it's a great mystic. Okay, please continue with the next one as well on page 4, top of page 4.
Open your eyes and see the lessons of the signs of the zodiac. They come to teach us that although the powers of the constellations are exceedingly great, and from the beginning of the creation their influence governs the mundane world, there is a power beyond them, the power of the Holy One, blessed be He, who chose the month of scales to enact the day of judgment, when He decides the fate of His entire creation.
The day of judgment is actually, it's during the month of scales. It's during the month, Rosh Hashanah to Yom Kippur is Tishrei. So you have this. So, and Rabbeinu Bachya is one of the few great rabbis in history. We also call Rabbeinu, he's everybody's rabbi. He was, I believe, he was 10th or 13th century. His commentaries are amazing. He actually chooses to look at each of the pieces of the Torah from the levels of pardes, from a simple level, from a more complex, from a more storytelling level, from a mystical level, and his commentaries are amazing from Rabbeinu Bachya. Okay, everyone with me so far? Okay, so did that answer the question that you were kind of asking in terms of these texts, right? So planets have influence, but they can affect us, but we do not have to be at their effect. Everyone following that? Okay, let's continue. Kirsty.
Much of the Jewish astrological knowledge comes from Sefer Yetzirah,
Yetzirah, here we go.
a book of mysticism that is attributed to our patriarch Abraham. It was in use by the 1st century and by the 6th century. There are numerous commentaries referring to it as a source material. It is considered one of the 3 major texts of the Jewish mysticism, along with Bahar and Zohar. Rabbi Eliezer the Modite said that Abraham possessed a power of reading the stars, for which he was much sought after by the potentates of East and West.
Okay, so here's the reality, right? Let's be honest. Already what you've learned about Jewish astrology is significantly more than you ever knew or most people know about astrology, right? We haven't even gotten into the details. Okay. So if we really wanted to, any of us could go out and hang up a shingle, Jewish astrologer would probably charge $1,000 a session. Right? I mean, honestly, okay? In the same way, if you really understand it all, and when you'll see how much you're going to do on your own for yourself, if you really understand it all, then the potentates of the East and West would come to learn. Well, Abraham understood it all. He authored this, which is the source material, one of the source materials for everything we're going to learn. So, he is it. And before we go any farther, we're going to look at, I'm going to do the third color. Hold on. Careful, they just fall. Okay, there are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. Okay? So, please very slowly Read the next, hold on. Read the next line, very slowly.
In Sefer Yetzirah, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet are split up. 3 mother letters,
Go on, just go.
Aleph, Mem, Shin, corresponding to air, fire, water.
Okay, so the 3 mother letters, which are Aleph, Mem, and Shin, that's what they look like. Okay? Those are the first one. It's 22 letters. What's the next category called?
7 double letters.
Hold on. I'm just gonna call it double. These are easy to remember with the acronym Beged Kafarta, but spell them out slowly so I can also show people what they look like. Go on.
Bet, Gimel, Dalet,
Mm-hmm.
Shaf, Fe,
Ha. Sorry.
Fe,
Hold on. Go on.
Resh,
Ve, Resh, go on.
and Tav.
Okay? So we have 7 of those, right? The rest are all going to be called, go on, what are they called?
And 12 elementals.
Hold up. Which is everybody else. Okay? So go on, let's them off.
Het, Vav, Zayin, Het, Tet,
Hold on. I don't ever do physics. Go on.
Yud, Lamed, Nun, this one will be hard, Samet. You want to do it? Ayin, Tazadi, and Kaf. I'm sure you're correct.
I never do this with printing. I gotta remember what the printing looks like. I always write. I've been printing for 20 years. I would best with Sadi. Sadi, what was after Sadi?
Pronunciation.
Okay. So those are 4, 8, 4. Okay, so let's look at something. Why are these called double letters? Because each of these letters, how many of you know Hebrew? Can be pronounced in 2 ways. Depending on whether it has what's called a dagesh, a dot in a sense. So it can be V, a vet, or a vav, a g, a dot, a ka or a pa, a fa or a pa, a r or a wa, and a ta or a sa. Okay? That's why they call it, that's why they're doubles, right? These letters are the elementals, there's 12, and these are the mother letters, which now we said, what do we say the mother letters correspond to?
The head, belly, and the chest, air, fire.
No, go back up to the mother letters.
Air, Aleph, Shin.
Air, fire, water.
Air. I think it's water. I think it's actually air, water, and fire. Okay. Air, fire, and water. Okay. And it corresponds to parts of the body and things. You guys starting to see the letters in?
Yes.
Now, if we look at it, look, 12 of these. What do you think, without even looking at the handout, what do you think they're going to correspond to?
Months.
12 months, 12 constellations, right? Body parts. So this is all in this text of Sefer Yetzirah, right? And you don't have to write it down because it's already down here. I've already created the notes for you. That it corresponds, the double letters correspond to the 7 stars of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. The 7 days of the week. Don't have 7 days with the soul. The wisdom, wealth, it's not said. It's supposed to say seed. Life, dominance, peace, and grace, and their opposites. Folly, poverty, desolation, death, subjugation, war, and ugliness. Up, down, west, east, north, up, down, east, west, north, south, and the holy place in the center supports them all. And 12 elementals correspond to constellations. They correspond to qualities like speech and motion. They correspond to literally the constellation names like Capricorn, etc. They correspond to the 12 directions of the soul, or the directors of the soul, the hands, the feet, the kidneys, the gallbladder, the intestines, etc. So this is all there. Do you guys see that? Okay, so if a letter corresponds, so let's look at one letter, okay? So does everyone get this? You don't have to look at this chart because because you already have the chart. I've already typed it up and written it for you, okay? So, let's look for a moment at the letter, let's look on page 5 at the letter K. That's what the letter looks like, right? Okay. And it corresponds to the month of Nisan, which is the month of Passover. Okay? Corresponds to Aries, to that constellation. So it's the month of Nisan, remember we've been named the months. And it corresponds to Aries, right? And it corresponds to speech as well. This is just a few things, right? So if I want to have more Nisan energy, more Aries energy, if I want to work more on my ability to speak, I might want to make sure there's a hey in my name. Like Abraham instead of Avram. Because think about what he really did is he spoke. He had his insights. I don't think Abraham was the first man to realize that there's only one God. But he's the first one to speak about it. Right? Or let's look at let's look and say that someone, the letter Yud, right? The letter Yud, let me just put those people who don't speak Hebrew. The letter Yud, if we look at it, it deals with action and Virgo. Okay? So if someone is having real challenges in ever acting, then they might want to shift their name into with adding a Yud. But that's also going to influence, that's also means they're going to be under the influence of the constellation and the sign of Virgo. You guys following this?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So for us, astrology is not just, oh, look at the stars, because these letters also correlate to stars, but they also correlate to parts of the body. Okay? So let's say that someone was having an issue, an intestinal issue. Then they might want to, which comes under the influence of Scorpio in the month of Keshan, and they might want to increase their ability to smelling as well as involving adding a nun in some way in their name. Do you guys see how this kind of correlates and overlays? Is this yes, or is this too complex? Yes?
Okay, just a tangent is, so if you're having a problem with your intestine and you already have a nun in your name, would you take the nun out?
You might make it a double nun. You might do it, or you may just focus on the nun. Right? You may just need to focus on it. It may not be that you have it. It may be, because remember, all these also, if we look not on page 5, but on page 4, we see that it also has to do with all the opposite qualities. Right? Okay. So the Talmud, first of all, for how many of you is this, I don't know if shocking is the right word, is this new information, or is this different information of realizing how we look at the stars and how they relate to our body, our senses, our well-being, and especially the letters? How many of you is that new information? Okay? So to just say, here's an astrological reading, looking at the stars, from our point of view, denies the connection between the stars and other things. Right? So you go to an astrologer, you go to Madame Sarastria, okay? Friends just call her Madame Z. You know, I have a question, just so someone can answer me. So why do you need to make an appointment with a psychic? Shouldn't they already know that you're always wondered that. Didn't you already know? And if you go, can't you just say I'm not paying you? Because shouldn't they already know that? If they don't want that, they shouldn't say. So anyhow, so for us, we look at a much more cosmic level of wheel overlaying wheel overlaying wheel overlaying wheel. Does that make sense? Not just one way of looking at it. It's not, oh, my emotions are in the stars of Jupiter and whatever. It's do you guys see how it's much, much more detailed? and much more intimate and much more intense and much more time consuming, and how it also has the ability to really go even farther. So I want to give you an example so just to understand where this can go. Let's say that someone's name has an olive in it. Okay, this is the letter olive. Okay, has a numerical value of 1. It is fire. No, I'm sorry, it's air. Right? It has a numerical value of 1. Everyone see that? Okay, we've learned that from olive. This is mother letter. Everyone with me? Okay. Except what we learned from here is olive is not. It has. Here, I'll make this a little more. Olive is not just an olive. Olive is also composed of a vav and 2 yuds. Okay, do you see that? Yud, this is a yud, this is a vav. So it's a diagonal vav with 2 yuds. Okay, everyone see that? Now, since the value of yud is 10 and the value of vav is 6, that means that it's both worth 1, but it also has the numerical value of 26. 10 plus 10 plus 6. Moreover, since we've learned that olive has to do with air, but we've learned right here as an example that yud has to do with action, verb, allele, etc. Do you guys see how this starts breaking down into a whole lot more? Because it's not just, a nun is not just a nun. A nun is a vav with a yud.
Okay.
Okay, so you can go deeper and deeper and deeper.
Do you have to pick whether you want it to be the 1 or the 26 when you're, how do you?
So, when you're looking at something, you're looking at first most basic level of the note, which is more than complicated enough as it is. But you can go deeper and deeper and deeper is the point. So we use, the great teaching I always use that I love about olive is the only silent letter in the Hebrew alphabet. Ayin is actually an ancient Hebrew pronounced. It was pronounced ayin. And so Aleph is the only silent letter of the alphabet. It has a numerical value of 26. It is the same as the numerical value of Yod, He, Vav, and He, God's name, which is also 26. And the idea is that you can only really understand God in silence. In the silence, that's when you're still inside Him. Also, that since 26 is equal to 13 plus 13, right? And the word for love, ahava, is 13. You really understand God when you know your love for God and you experience God's love for you. Then you understand God's name. So the question of how deep can you go? Let's just try and start with this. Because remember, this also equates to all sorts of other things. And the other letters equate to all sorts of constellations and body parts. And they all overlay each other. And so when we talk about Jewish astrology, we're really not talking about just the stars, are we?
No.
And we're certainly not talking about astronomy, are we? We're talking about life and understanding at a deeper level, which also makes it more interesting and more important to understand. Because now you're starting to see how the cosmos, the gears of the cosmos come together. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes? Any questions so far? Did I lose anyone? You got that look? No, we're good? You got that look? No, you're just crossing your arms because, okay. Wow, okay. Whoever we were reading, please continue where it was recorded. This is from the Talmud. Here's your review. Go ahead.
It was recorded in Rabbi Joshua B.
B, R is always rabbi, B is always Ben. Means son of.
Oh, it was okay, in Levi's notebook. He who is born on the first day of the week, Sunday, shall be a man without one thing in him. What does without one thing in him mean? Shall we say without one virtue? Surely Rabbi Ashi said, I was born on the first day of the week. Hence it must surely mean one vice. But surely Rabbi Ashi said, I and Dimi of Kazutza were born on the first day of the week. I am a king, and he is the captain of the thieves. Rather, it means either he completely virtuous or completely wicked. What is the reason? Because light and darkness were created on that day. He who is born on the second day of the week will be bad-tempered. Well, what is the reason? Because the waters were divided thereon. He who is born on the third day of the week will be wealthy and unchaste. What is the reason? Because herbs were created thereon. He who is born on the fourth day of the week will be wise and a retentive memory. Well, what is the reason? because the luminaries were suspended thereon. He who is born on the 5th day of the week will practice benevolence. What is the reason? Because the fishes and the birds were created thereon. And he who is born on the eve of the Sabbath will be a seeker. Rabbi Nahim of Isaac commented, a seeker after good deeds. He who is born on the Sabbath will die on the Sabbath, because the great day of the Sabbath was desecrated on his account. Rabbi, son of Rabbi Sheila observed, it's not Sheila, observed, and he shall be called a great and holy
Okay,
man.
this is Talmud. This isn't some foo-foo whatever. This is the Talmud. Okay, so now we're looking at days of the week, not just dates, right? Because remember, if you're born on the 15th, then you have the gematria of 15 as well, right? And if you're born on a Sunday, then you have overlay that you will be either wholly righteous or wholly virtuous or wholly sinful. Do you see the point? So now in Talmud, we're talking about the power of the days of the week. Make sense? This is not, whenever I've taught anything on Jewish astrology, people say, how come I never heard about this in Judaism? That's not my fault.
Favorite line.
It's my failure. It's not my fault, okay? Because it's not like I'm pulling something that's this is Gemara. This is real playing, right? This is right there. This isn't, whatever. Okay, next. Yes?
I have a question. So what if like baby's on C-section or something like that? Does that affect at all? Because,
They're still born when they're born.
okay, so that's when it's.
Still born when they're born.
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting, just as a side note, is because of the way the Hebrew days go, if you're born after dark, you're born the next day.
Your date is, so someone asked, I don't know who it was, asked, with the birthday, you were talking about your time, okay? What's really important is, do you know where you're born before or after sunset? Because it says in the Torah, there was evening, there was morning, day one. So for us, the 24-hour cycle of dates begins at sunset and runs to sunset. That's why Jewish holidays begin at sunset. Shabbat is from Friday night to Saturday night, not Saturday. It's from Friday sunset to Saturday sunset. So you're going to need to know, are you before or after sunset, so you actually know what your Hebrew date is. Because if you don't, we're going to get to that. If you don't know that, that's going to be a challenge, isn't it? Okay, next. You don't have to unless you want to. Okay, go.
Rabbi Hanina said to then his disciples, go out and tell the son of Levi.
Loud, so they can hear.
Loud. Not the constellation of the day, but that of the hour is the determining influence. He who is born under the constellation of the sun will be a distinguished man. He will eat and drink of his own, and his secrets will lie uncovered. If a thief, he will have no success. He who is born under Venus will be wealthy and unchaste, immoral. What is the reason? Because fire was created therein. He who is born under Mercury will be of a retentive memory and wise. What is the reason? Because it, Mercury, is the sun's scribe. He who is born under the moon will be a man to suffer evil, building and demolishing and building, eating and drinking. That which is not his and his secrets will remain hidden. If a thief, he will be successful. He who is born under Saturn will be a man whose plans will be frustrated. Others say all nefarious designs against him will be frustrated. He who is born under Sedek, Jupiter, will be a right-doing man, Zadkin. Rabbi Nachum ben Isaac observed, right-doing in good deeds. He who is born under Mars will be a shedder of blood.
Oh, you've heard that, right? That's, if you remember your Greek mythology from elementary school, right? They even said, if Mars is your controlling influence, you will be a violent war person, right? What I'm saying is that a lot of this is also consonant with what other traditions taught in a different way. Go ahead.
Rabbi Ashi observed, either a surgeon, a thief, a slaughterer, or a circumciser.
Because they're all shedders of blood, aren't they?
Yeah. Rabbah said, I was born under Mars. Abaye retorted, you too inflict punishment and kill.
He was a judge who gave capital punishment.
All of this is based on the structure of the universe as understood by our sages and mystics, that everything is based on the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which were created before physical creation.
Now I said that's part of our theology. The Torah is the blueprint of the universe. Before the universe was physically created, God created letters. Okay?
These letters make the building blocks of existence, and it is taught that both our patriarch Abraham and Maharal of Prague, among others in Talmud and other sources, were able to use these teachings to create golems, beings that lived but had no soul and would serve their master. This is the basis of both the Golem of Prague statue and the Frankenstein
Who's been to
story.
Prague? See the statue? You see,
Yeah, we went to the Golov's place.
Yeah. this is the statue.
So the attic.
The attic,
I actually have it right here.
it's the attic where you
We
did it.
met him.
I keep trying to, okay, go on, please.
The letters, constellations, elements, and all of life are interconnected. They affect us, but do not have to make us an effect. And most importantly, none of this has power over Israel. People who choose to live according to the teachings of Torah, both written and oral. In order to see what constellations, letters, attributes, etc., are potential influences in your life, you need to know your Hebrew birth date and day. You can find this out by going to www.hebcal.com and using the date converter to identify your Hebrew birth date.
Okay, how many of you have a cellular device that goes online right now? Yes? Okay, I would like you please to go to hebcal.com. If you go to hebcal.com, one of the great sites ever created in this universe. I mean, it's one of the few reasons I really am grateful, right? But if you go to hebcal.com, you will see a little bit down the page, it says date converter. Okay? Go to your, right now, take your phones. This isn't hypothetical, right now do this. Okay, this is where a class, this is where I typically stop teaching the class per se. We're getting more into this right now. So, go to hebcal.com. You can write on your handouts, or if you have a pad, whichever it may be, go to hebcal.com, where it says date converter, and it says, press on the date converter button, and it'll say Hebrew date converted to Gregorian, or Gregorian converted to Hebrew. Find your Gregorian date, type it in. It's going to ask you, is it before sunset or after sunset? So mine is April 21st, 1963, before sunset. So I'm going to put that in, and then I'm going to press that magic button that says convert.
Mine doesn't give me the option of before sunset. Oh, after sunset. Okay, never mind. After sunset.
We lost your mom. Okay.
So if I was born at 4:47 a.m., that's before sunset.
Take a guess.
Wait, I have a question. I'm very confused. I was born at 4:47 a.m. That's before sunset.
No, yes, that's before sunset on that day. If you were born at 7 p.m., what time were you born? Do you know?
I think around 5,
What time of year?
in January in England, so it could well be after dark.
You'd have to look. You could look online. What time was sunset on the day of your? You can actually look at it. What time was sunset in England on that day? That would be okay. Yes, Alice, you got a question?
No, so I'm still not understanding, if it was 3 a.m. on that day, is that before or after?
So if you were born, I'm born at 5:56 on April 21st.
PM or AM?
AM. That is before sunset on April 21st. You were born at 3 a.m. on,
The 29th.
I know what your birth date was. Do you want me to say the year as well, sweetheart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You were born at that date at 3 in the morning. That's before sunset on that date of December 29th.
Oh, okay, now I
Does
see.
that make
You don't
sense?
have to click it on. I confused me too. So don't click that. No, don't. I'm not looking.
Okay, let me back up. This is not that complex, but that's okay. We're gonna try again. Put in the dates that you were born. Okay, that's the
I'm
date.
not putting it in.
The Gregorian date goes from midnight to midnight. So either you were born on that date between midnight and sunset, or you were born in the last 5 hours of that date between sunset and what do you?
To put a there's a calendar where you put your Hebrew date and then translate it to your Hebrew day and
Well, let them do it themselves, don't confuse them. Okay, yes,
Now we're at the point where, what time were we born? And I have no way to find out.
then just pick the date and do before sunset.
Thank you.
Because the odds, guys, remember, the odds are 2-1 that you were born before sunset, or actually 3-1. Right, because after sunset is only from 6 to midnight, whereas before sunset is from midnight to 6. You look lost.
No, I understand this, but I didn't understand what you just told me. I didn't know that about sunset is midnight.
No, sunset is sunset. Okay, hold on.
I get it, no, I get it, but I thought it was different hours, that's all.
So sunset, you're born, if I'm on April 21st, on my birthday, okay? From midnight on April 21st to 6 p.m. roughly on April 21st, I am born before sunset. If I'm born at 9 p.m. on April 21st, I am born on April 21st after sunset. If I am born at 12:05 a.m. that night later, I'm actually born on April 22nd before sunset.
Got it.
Okay? So all you gotta do is look at your date, and this is the easy part. This is gonna be an interesting day. So all you gotta do, look at the date, punch in, and you get a couple of things. Write these things down. Write down your Hebrew birth date. You will now see it at the top of the page.
Yes.
Okay? It will tell you your Hebrew birth date. Write that down. The date, the month, and the year. It will also tell you your Torah portion.
Oh.
This is an underlying theme in your life.
I can't find my, oh, here, part, oh, I see.
Okay? This is the Torah portion that was read on the day you were born. So we used to have this beautiful children's book. On the day you were born, the animals came and they called out you were coming. And all these wonderful things, beautiful child babies. Judaism, on the day you were born, the world read a certain Torah portion. And it says it right there on the top of the page. That is a theme for your life. If you find your bar mitzvah portion, you will find that that's a theme for your adult life. Okay, but this is an underlying theme of your life and teachings from it. We were taught that if you go each year, you have a theme for the year, and we find that in the book of Psalms. So if you turn 50 years old, what psalm do you think is going to be your theme for that year after your 50th
51.
birthday? What?
51.
Exactly 51, because you're now in your 51st year. Okay? So, exactly. Because we actually, 50 means I finished 50, not that I'm starting 50, right? So these are all going to overlay too. But right now, just look and write down your birth date in Hebrew, meaning day or date, day, what day of the week, because I think it says that as well, month, and year. Everyone in here will be born some point in the 5700s. If you have something in your Hebrew birth date that is not in 57, I tend to think you did something wrong. I don't think anyone here is 85. All right? So
Question.
now you have, yes.
Sorry, in the Hebrew date, it's got a yud, but it's also got just a little symbol that I don't think.
Okay. This is also, it says the numbers, not just that, right? Don't worry about what it says in the Hebrew.
Okay.
Okay? Let me explain. She just asked a great question. So she was born on the 27th of the month. And so it says it in Hebrew, and it says this. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I want to say, so I'm born on the 21st, right? So one way it would be, Kaf is 20, these are called shitshik, and Aleph is 1, now I'm at 21. Do you guys see that? So ignore all that right now. No one's that fluent in Hebrew, just look at, it says, I think, the date, 27th, right? So don't worry about what the Hebrew, don't worry about the Hebrew. Just, because it says the translation already. So now you have written down on your paper your English birth date, month, and year. Your Hebrew birth date, month, and year. The day of the week, and your Torah portion.
So the Torah portion date appears after Thursday. It means-
Back up. Like you've already switched, you've already flipped to the Torah portion. So it says right there in your Torah portion. You don't have to look at it right now. The Torah portion is true.
But when is it read? During, so like. when
That
does the
date-
shift fall on that?
That date, it was read,
Okay,
okay? Now, we only read on Monday, Thursday, Saturday.
okay,
So, but it was during that week. That was the Torah portion,
okay.
okay? So let's say you were born on a Sunday afternoon. It's during the following week's Torah, during that Torah portion. Makes sense?
I just see that they signed the Torah portion date, it's from Shabbat.
It's the week. It's from Saturday afternoon through Saturday,
From Sunday to the Saturday.
Saturday afternoon, actually, because Mincha Saturday we switched.
Oh, okay,
So from Saturday afternoon until the next Saturday morning.
got it.
That's order, okay? So everyone should now, okay, now, everyone right now should have written down English birth date, month, year. Hebrew birth date, month, year, day of the week, and Torah portion. It says on the day of the week. It actually says it.
Yeah.
On Hebrew calendar, it'll tell you the day of the week.
Where does it say?
Right
in the
there.
beginning. Right in the top.
I'm smart.
See, here's the right there.
It's gonna be a long day.
No, it's not.
Orlando, I think I'm gonna need to get paid like Matt and Benny do. I think I'm gonna need to. At this rate, I think, I know we have some here, I think at this rate. All right, everyone with us so far?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
If you're not there yet, raise your hand. I wanna make sure everyone's together. Lexi's working away. Don't get ahead. I'll get you everyone.
I forgot my phone.
Oh.
Sorry. I love to draw attention to myself.
You want me to punch it in for you?
Sorry.
Yes. Fiona, wait, Fiona's got a great question. She's got a great question. I was gonna get to it eventually, but ask the question now since it came up.
Because I'm a convert, the day of my conversion, is that also my birthday?
Yes. And your name.
Ah, Shoshana.
Okay, so what I'm saying is things change. So, but right now, just do your birth date, the original one, okay? Because I don't want to go. You can already. How many of you can already see that this is a little bit more complicated than you may have originally thought? Okay. And you lived with me forever, and you didn't know all this. Yes.
Think about the day of the week, is that the English day of the week?
The day of the week's the day of the week.
It just has a different name. It might be Shabbat, it might be
But when
Saturday.
you convert it to the Hebrew.
It's the day of the week is still the day of the week. Okay. So
No, but it would change if it was before sunset or after. sunset.
the day of the week would be the same day of the week. Okay. So day of the week. So now everyone got all this. Okay. Put a line so that's all going to be there. That's your underlying thing. And the next section we're going to look at is, understand it, my Hebrew name, okay, is Moshe Yisrael, right? My full Hebrew name is Moshe Yisrael ben Avram HaKohen. My real full Hebrew name was changed yet again when it became Harav Moshe Yisrael ben Avram HaKohen, because I became rabbi. So if I really want to understand at all the different depths of levels, I would need to look at Moshe Yisrael, Moshe Yisrael ben Avram HaKohen, and Harav Moshe Yisrael ben Avram HaKohen. Okay? We're not going to do it. I just want you to understand that we're only going to look right now at our our names, not our parents' names, because that also influences our stars. And our, right? We're saying astrological, but do you guys see that this is a lot more than stars? Okay, so now I'd like you to take and write your Hebrew name,
In Hebrew or English?
whatever way you need to. If you don't know the Hebrew, then tell me, we'll spell it out, okay? So write down your Hebrew name. So I'll do it up here for me. Guys, I'm sorry, I don't write, I so rarely print in Hebrew, so I'm gonna actually do it in handwriting, sorry. Okay, so there's my name, Moshe Yisrael, okay? So write down your Hebrew name. Got that? Write it down.
Not sure how to spell
Okay,
it.
how do you spell this now? I know, I can just open up the.
I'm not putting my vowels in. Does that matter? No.
No, don't worry about that.
So what would be our Hebrew name?
Use it just right now, for now, you just use Kirsty.
Okay.
Okay? All right, with me? I don't know.
Oh, that's our Hebrew name.
Did you do handwriting? Oh, I'm so proud of you. Sorry. It can be with the Bob or without. Okay, so now you've got your Hebrew name. Let me know when you've got your Hebrew name down.
That's your Hebrew
Do
name.
you want me to do yours for you, Allison? Yes.
I
said
found
yes.
it. I actually looked it up and I found Hebrew.
I have now become obsolete. Yes, go ahead.
No. You said how many people are done, so I raised.
Okay,
Hebrew
how many?
name.
Raise your hand when you're done.
And then it came up.
Okay? Right then, you're looking confused. What's wrong? Who are you named after?
Hannah.
So it's Hannah. Okay, which would be Het. Okay? If you're not sure of your Hebrew name, look who you're named after. That's why I just asked that, because you had a grandmother named Hannah? Yeah. So, like, my grandfather's name was Morris. So my Hebrew name was actually Moshe. It could have been Michael or Moshe, but actually I was named after, that's why I say who you're named after. That's all. That's actually easier than saying, what is your name, if you're not sure. Because you know your own English names. Does everyone know their own English names? Okay, with me? Go on. So, everyone got their Hebrew names written down? Okay. Yes? Now, go to the next page. Go to page 8. Okay? And you will see a chart. Now, I want to go through, don't do anything yet. I want to show this to you. Okay? So, I use the example, and I actually type it out for you. If someone's Hebrew name is David, right? It's David. And their Hebrew name is David, then they would have this David, right? With me?
Yes.
We would look and find that Dalet is 4, that Vav is 6, that Dalet is 4, and the person would say the numerical value of my name is 14. Guys got it? Okay? If I was going to take, let's go, okay. That's now. Then also that equals 5. Does everyone see how 14 becomes 5? 1 plus 4. Right? So 14 can also be reduced to 5 because it's 1 plus 4. Everyone with me? Okay. If we're going to use, if the Hebrew name instead was Moshe, okay, which is spelled Mem, Shin, Hey, right? Mem is 40, Shin is 300, Hey is 5, so equals 345, which also equals 3 plus 4 plus 5, or 12. Everyone get that? Everyone see how I got that? Yes? So, now do the numerical value of your name.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know how to spell it, and I tried your website, and
What- What's your name?
Yishara Tova.
Ishara?
Yishara,
Ishara or Yishara? Let me go start with
I'm sure it's Yishara.
E or Ye?
I don't know. I meant to look it up somewhere. and-
Well, you already got Yishara, so
I wasn't
that's
sure if I-
Yishara.
I wasn't sure if I spelled it right.
I'm totally.
Here, let me see.
Okay.
Here, we'll open the right hand corner of the table.
All right.
Oh, you can? Okay, then it'll be easy. Okay, then.
Oh.
You shut up.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. So, now, okay, hold on. Everyone do the numerical value of your name.
Just the
Correct.
first name? Or your-
Not the bot parent's name, your name. My name is not Moshe, it's Moshe Yisrael,
Okay.
okay? But not everyone has two names,
But I did it, so now
okay? Same as my grandma's Hebrew name was Shoshana, and my son, Benjamin, his Hebrew name, it's Benjamin George, but his Hebrew name is Benjamin Shoshan. After my grandma. George was my father, but Shoshan was my grandmother's Shoshan. His Hebrew name is Benjamin Shoshan. Okay, now, all right, sit down. Yes.
So do you add all the numbers, like, okay, so I'm using
So look up Sarah, look up Rivka, and look up Sarah Rivka.
Okay, and so the Sarah is 505 and that would be 10.
Sarah would be, yes. Sarah is 200, 505,
Which would be 10.
which also be 1.
That would be 1.
Okay, because 505 is 10 to 1, all of which is true.
Okay. And then
By the way, you really want to get complicated, it's also 50 and 5.
right.
Okay, but we're going to bypass that,
Okay, and then I do Rivka.
which is 202, 202, 302, 307.
Right.
Okay?
Which
So
would be
also
10.
Well, 302, which is 10, was also 1. So Sarah and Rivka would be,
Do I add all those up?
add it all together, so it becomes that number, and then you do, so right, it's much more complicated than this, yes? No.
I add two. Oh, it's a nine.
Oh. Do it all, all right. Okay, how are you doing?
We're doing great. Yeah. Keep moving.
Okay, you guys, they want to go forward. It's good. The residents over there. It's good. All right, so now stop. Time out. So now, here's what we're going to do. You can keep doing this while we take a 15-20-minute lunch break, and we'll start back up at noon. But here's what you're going to do. When we sit back down at noon, everyone is to have had their name, the numerical values of their name, and the month. And then we're going to put people in groups who share months of birth because there's only so many books that I have. So it's silly. So as an example, how many of you are springtime babies? Okay, how many were born in Nissan? Or how many Tishri? Does that make sense? So we're gonna try and put people together, all right? So we're gonna take a break, keep working on this, you can get, yes. We're starting back up at noon for those of the people online, yes.
So, there's 3 letters, one is 300, one is 200, one is 5, so that's 505.
Sarah, yes.
And, or would be 10, right? 505.
And it could be what else? 10 is 1 plus 0, so it's also 1. What do you guys think?
Complicated.
Now you know why I don't do this for people. When someone says, well, can you do my astrology chart? No, you can't afford to pay me. You're loving this, aren't you?
That's great. I want the info.
Off the top of his head.
So your Jewish is Hannah?
Yeah.
So I'm actually in March. Oh, I don't need from, for Hebrew, it's right to left. Yeah, right to left.
So you know what the lesson I tried to teach you was, and I never learned? You can't can't sell what you give away for free.
That's gonna be in the.
I love this.
My grateful last week.
You know that, I love this. Read.
And I've heard.
What's this super?
It's like.
Oh, you just gotta like pull a little.
There's no force.
And these are the 10, right?
How'd you get the spelling for it? Did you look it up? Oh.
What do you think, Sid?
Let me see if I can drop Anna,
Yes. I think so.
Correct.
Mangiare.
And you're not gonna see
Correct.
it.
What do you say in Russian? Let's see.
I'll write it up.
Italian.
You're not big.
Mangiare. So eat.
Vamos a comer.
Vamos a comer. There we go.
And you tell us very much. You know what? It's on the next room,
No, first I'm gonna try this, I'm gonna try your show. I don't like mixed flavors, so I'm gonna try one, then go with the other one, and then go with the other one. So good.
Yeah.
No, but I assume
That's
you're
right.
right.
Yeah.
Is everything good? Good. How are you? Missed you on Friday.
What do you think?
Very complicated.
It's a lot, it's a lot,
It's a lot of knowledge.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You have to spend, years
Yeah.
to learn this.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really Come on back in. A number's a number. They reduce anyhow, so it doesn't matter. All right, so hopefully by this time, you have your English birth date, your Hebrew birth date, the day of the week, and your Hebrew name, and you've done the simple numerical counting of your Hebrew name. Everyone on the same page with this?
Yes. If you
Everyone
have,
on this page hopefully online as well. Yes,
just if I have two names, do I add them together?
do each separately and together.
Okay.
All right? Well, let's start. We're going to just do the first name for now.
Okay.
All right? Make life easy. So we're just going to do Sarah. We're just going to do the first name for now. Okay? This is not going to be finished today, but the idea is for you to have the skills. Now, because we have limited books, we're going to do a couple of things. So we'll start with you. Luba, what Hebrew month were you born in? Adar. Is there anyone else born in Adar? Yes, that's still Adar.
Okay.
Come over and sit next to Luba. Anyone else in Adar? Okay. Misha, what month were you born in? Kislev's a Hanukkah baby. He's having Hanukkah in Santa Monica. Okay. Anyone else born in Kislev? Okay. Because you're special. Because you, like the month of Kislev, you are the light that dedicates the world. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the nachos. Okay. 1 month. Who's born in Cheshvan? Cheshvan. Cheshvan? Okay, the two of you come over to this table. Right over here. Okay. All right. That's volume 2. This actually is probably easier volume 1. That's okay. Come on over. You two come over here. Okay. 1 month.
Elul.
Elul. Anila Dojiva Dovi Li. Who else is born in Elul?
I'm alone.
You may not be. Allison. These rabbis are wise. They think they just run the Torah. Allison, you're needed. What month were you born in? I think you're a Kislev baby. You may not be.
Not Kislev. I am Tevet.
Tevet. Anyone else Tevet? Okay, go over there. Next to them. Okay. Go over there. No, who else is Tevet? Okay. What month? Tammuz. Who else is Tammuz? Okay, so I need you to get up, and we're going to put Tevet and Tammuz, those three in these two seats. Where are you? Tevet. Okay, you're over here too. Tevet, Tammuz. So come on over here. Okay. Sorry. You're Tishrei. Someone else was Tishrei. Okay, the two of you are Tishrei as well. All right. So hold on. So here's what we're going to do this too. So we're going to start with each of those three groups. Wait, 1, 2. Okay, bring them all you want to, and the rest of you over here. Come on. Everyone else over here.
All of us.
No, you're over there.
The summer months go up there?
No. I already get lost. Okay, so what month were you born in? Elul. You're over here.
Oh, hi.
Okay. All right, so this is Elul and Tevet and Tammuz. Go sit. This is all the other
Come
months.
here, Elul.
Okay, now, hold on. Grande.
Yes.
Grande.
Michael, where am I?
Over there where you were, I built this entire thing.
Wait
while I
a
was
second,
using
you
my
said
web-
Elul was here.
So is Tevet, Tammuz.
Elul
Let's
is-
have it.
Oh,
Elul, Tevet, Tammuz.
Okay.
All right. All right. It's easy. It's all easy. All right, now, you have in each of your groups a book on Hebrew months. Okay? Your book is here for this group, so you guys can get close over there. Where are you? Okay, then go next to Lexi, too close. Okay? And you guys have this. Now, all right, hold on. While some of you, why is there an empty seat? Is it for Elijah?
That's another Elul. He moved
Okay.
away from us.
Felix, go there, sit down right next, there you go, right there.
Let me scooch over. Okay, now, while you go through learning about the months, what you're going to do, as an example, so a couple of you are Tammuz, right over here.
And Tibet.
You're going to share. You got one book for your whole group.
Elul, Tibet.
Hello.
Oh, I see.
You have one group, and each group has multiple months. So you're going to go on Tammuz, and you're going to find the page on Tammuz, which in this book is 35. And everyone's going to share what some of the qualities of Tammuz are. Okay? And the astrological sign, which in this case is Cancer. And you're going to do that. I'm going to try to multitask. No wonder Moses took 40 years. While 1 month is doing their month, what everyone else can do in the group is your numbers. Okay? Now, what does that mean? If your name is Moshe, you need to look up 345, 12, and also, what else? 3, good. I lost. Right? Everyone with me? So you're going to look up that. Then you're also going to look up on the handout that you have, so Moshe, remember it was 345, you're going to look up what Mem is, what Shin is, and what Hey is. And each of these things, you're going to write down all the notes that you want to write about Mem, Shin, and Hey, as well as 345, as well as 12, as well as 3.
Which book is that one in?
Hold on. The letters to learn about Mem, Shin, and Hey are in that book and that book that says Letters of Fire. The words are in this book. So let's say someone's name is Moshe and they want some insight into 345, right? Because that's what Moshe equals. So in this book, I would turn to the number 345 and I would learn that the name Moshe in Torah also is Sfar, meaning the sapphire, of renown. It means her name, it means the Egyptian. Moses, obviously. A hoof, a lamb, onyx, pomegranates, the legs, her fountain, deck. I would write down the ones that sing to me that I want to be aware of. So obviously I'm aware of Moses and that. But pomegranates. So maybe I should be eating more pomegranates. Right? Maybe instead of cow, I should be eating lamb, since that's one of the. So I'm going to write down those things. Okay? Does that make sense to everyone? So you're going to look at this book for totals as you look for the individual letters. There. Does that make sense to everyone? Did I lose everyone?
Those are words?
These are words and phrases. Okay? And this is not my detailed volume. My detailed volume is only Hebrew. It's not English. It's 2 ways. Silver collection of the 2 syllables. So I'm going to put this one over here. You guys can also look at the totals. So, and I'm only here to answer any questions. If you need me, just call me over and I will come help. I'm coming over.
So we have 2 books that we're sharing, right? We're taking turns with 2 books. Is it
I don't
correct?
think so. I think we'll have one in each one.
No, there's one here.
We have this too.
But they're different?
That's I usually use that book. This was the second.
That's letters, what's that?
So-
Usually more details.
This is to look
All right,
at
close to 12 o'clock.
the month.
Look up the month, letters.
And this is to look at the month.
Are you guys done with month?
Yeah, just doesn't
Well,
matter.
I think it's only one book.
Any and or all.
Right.
Just start with this
Right,
one.
you-
I
right,
don't
so
have
that-
that book, you have this book, you have that book. No?
Well, that's
Is
it.
it their group or is it our group?
Well, yeah, we're
I know, I trust
all,
you.
We all have-
oh,
we're all
there's
one.
3 months.
Are you done with the months book?
All right, so if you look at
Yeah,
52,
and a row.
you see all the words in Torah and phrases that equal to 52. So all of those. So look at the certain ones and write your notes on your notes for 52. So look, Luba just made a great example. One of her names equals 52. So what she did is I said, look at 52, and there's what, 40 words there, give or take, Luba? So she's going to either take a photo of them all or write down on her worksheet the different ones that really sing to it. Like if I was doing online, I would write down pomegranates, because I know that pomegranate has the same value as 345. Everyone got what they're doing?
Yeah.
In theory.
Sure.
Grande! Yes.
Right? Do you want some?
No, thank you. I'm gonna do my own medicine right now, thank you.
Yes.
I'm having some medicine right now of my own. Yes, sir.
My name is Felix,
Yes.
and I don't know what is my Hebrew name,
And then you'll pass it to the next.
because it's although I was
Who is that?
Fraser. My grandma, her name was Fraser.
I also look up what's Hebrew equivalent of Fred.
Oh, it's,
Look up Hebrew equivalent of Fred.
oh,
I'm gonna guess. Have enough color.
Oh, no, it's.
Could be Pampas.
what are you looking up there?
His, he has no.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, so this is the letter.
Oh,
It's this one. What's he?
Trying to figure out how we're using it. Because I know the letters in my name,
Ephraim, yeah, that's it. Okay, so be
the
Ephraim.
number.
So let him see that so you can spell. It's Ephraim.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Frank.
Using the alphabet and the key to Torah.
Okay, so you're sharing that month with your co-month people, right? Are you sharing that so that we can have it when you're done to share with our month people?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm just curious.
Am I sharing?
Yeah, we're all sharing.
We're all sharing.
So what are we doing here?
I think everybody's
I
just
can give
taking
you
a
this book.
couple minutes to look up their own.
I see.
Thank you.
I don't know what I'm supposed to look up in this book. Though. That's
But
my question.
I don't know,
That's
because,
my question. I don't.
yeah, I
that's what I'm
need to
trying to
ask
figure out.
Rabbi how to use that
Thank
one.
you very much. So,
Like, I know how to use that one.
So then you
This
go.
is
yeah.
I don't know. Right.
Now, yeah.
Right.
Right now, in my age, 77,
I
I
don't
know
That
my
one,
Hebrew
are we
name.
gonna use it?
We've already looked up
We
our
know-
number and know that
we
our
know
number is
All right.
this number. What do we do with
Hold on. This book and the other Hebrew letters book are to learn about the letters in your name. So, my name is Moshe. I would look up not just what's on the handout, but I would look up Mem here,
Okay,
and it will tell me things about Mem.
gotcha.
Or that book will. Or both
Thank you.
will.
I appreciate it. Now I understand. Do you understand?
No,
No.
345
What's your
equals
first
12.
letter? I don't need to.
Right.
Do you do that? No. What's your
1
first
plus
letter?
2.
Yud.
Oh.
So let's find the yud.
Yud is down to
And you
three.
find stuff about the yud. Yud. Okay, it's
If
a
I
10.
don't have that,
It is a 10.
I have
Okay,
a
so
class.
then, after we go
This is
there.
what?
I have 7,
Correct.
so I don't have a number.
Amen.
Oh, I just have 2 numbers.
But the more important one is 52 at the beginning, and then 7 is another deeper understanding. The point of all this, guys, is that there's deeper and deeper understandings. My God, you look like a tax form.
You have 6. So 6 plus 3 is 9.
Sweetheart, do you want help?
Yeah, we can use help, yeah.
Well, yours I can do off the top of my head.
How do we, we're trying to use this book in the way that you told us, but we can't, I don't understand how you find the letters because.
I believe the letters are in there, aren't they? They may not be.
Right, but here, look at, so her first letter is a yud, which is a 10. So where do we go from there?
It should have, I know that book does, because I used it more than this book. It should have, this may not actually have this
Okay.
special letter.
So,
This may just talk about letters without talking about the information.
okay,
Although it can't talk about that, you can read this kind of stuff.
okay.
I could do right now.
Do yours. He'll handle mine. Let's do yours. Don't worry, I can always have him call me.
Okay. It's, because I am hit, yeah, I will got the number, and the thing about. Yeah. and It was a little. Right, it was it, right. So I'm at, I can't speak. I'm not at any. I bet he did all this.
No, you're going to go.
I'm sure, oh, you mean we're out here now? There's too much going on, I can't imagine. How long were you engaged before you got married?
So Allison, your number's 33 and 6.
But he told me he's gonna marry me. I can do what's in the wall, I was nuts. I was like, but it was, I was like, oh, just ride, wait, as long as it's.
So Allison, you're looking at your dollar and hay, your numbers are 33 and 6.
Right, I got all, wait. I'm sorry,
You did not?
yes.
Your dollar hay, right?
Different numbers, I have different numbers.
10 plus 4 is 14, plus 10 is 24, plus 4 is 28, plus 5 is 33.
You have a different, you have 34. I got 34. Well, you have different numbers because you've got a 5, a 4, a 10, a 4, and a 10.
5 and 4 is 9, and 10 is 19, and 4 is 23, and 10 is 33. You added them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, of course.
Which also relates you to log of Omer, because it's the 33rd day of Omer. So in your case, you look at all things that have to do with 33rd with log.
43, 33.
So you look about what the significance, your holiday, so to speak, would be log of Omer.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You would look at the month of you're born
Tell me
in.
your name here.
What month are you born in? No, you can give out.
I'm sorry,
What
what?
month were you born
12, what, oh,
in? I know what you're,
right. Tevitt.
thank you. So you look up for Tevitt, the different things about Tevitt, right?
Okay, right.
Okay? You would look up the significance, which you're gonna find on page, everyone, you don't, even if you don't have the letters of fire book, everyone can look on page number 4 in your handout. It will tell you what the different letters mean. So your dollar, as an example, Allison,
Here we go.
is the 3rd. So in your case, it would be Mars. Right? Like, dollar would be Mars. It would be the 3rd day of the week, which would be Tuesday. It would be seed. Or its opposite, God forbid, of desolation. It would, this is, they were only the dollar right now. And it would be east. You've always been driven to those kind of traditions in the east and some, right?
Okay, now I get this.
It would all, this is for your dollar. Are you following me?
I think so.
Okay, so the letter Dalet corresponds to these things, right? The letter Yud. I'm just going to use an example. The letter, let's have 5, I don't want to do it. The letter Yud, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our 12 elementals, corresponds to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I did this right, it corresponds to Virgo. You're not Virgo, right?
No.
1 is that, 2 is that, 3 is that, 4 is that, 5 is that. Okay, so it corresponds I'm sorry, that's only your Yud. That's your dollar. Your Yud corresponds to Virgo, maiden. It corresponds to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It corresponds to 1, 2, 3, 4, to your kidney. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
What is
It also corresponds to action, to your left hand. Okay, these are your Yud. Your Hey corresponds to speech. Aries, the right foot. It corresponds to, said Aries, the ram leg. It corresponds to a hand. Excuse me. And speech. Got it, okay? So now I looked at your Yud, your Dalet, and your Hey, right? Just based on this, which is taken from the books on letters.
Right.
I would look at the number 33 equates to, and the number 6. Immediately I know that log, which is the 33, and there's a holiday, the 33 during the counting of the Omer, which is the redemption when we stop that, the sadness counting. So we look at all of those things, especially focused on both the Dalet and the Yud, since they're both double. Okay, does that make sense, how what I just did, guys? I only used her as an example, because I wish you wouldn't mind if I did. But if you're looking at the letters, you can just look at this. If you look at your handout on page 4 and 5, it will tell you where the letters go. You don't have any mother letters in you.
Neither do
You
I.
don't have those letters. You don't have the Aleph.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So everything comes from the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin.
But if
They're
you
the
don't
mother.
have this, what does
That
that mean?
they are the bowl from which all the other letters come out.
They're the primary colors.
Yes, that's a good way to phrase it.
But if you do not have this, what does that
Doesn't
translate?
matter, it's just, it's a different. So 2 of my 3 are from there. Things, I give forth to things. Does that make sense? The other is this thing that has to do with hay, and look at the qualities of hay,
Gotcha.
okay? Does that make sense?
These are written in order. So for instance, I'm high.
Yes, they are written in order.
So I'm high. I have just all of my letters, my 3 letters are all the elementals.
Right.
Okay. And so if Hey and Het and Yud, those are the 3
So
letters.
you would, hay, you would look at the first one, which
So
was,
speech.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay?
And it
And you
doesn't,
look at all those numbers, does that make sense?
the numbers?
Do-
Oh, I already added them up,
The
right?
number, numerical value and the qualities. And then, in your case, it also equates to 6. 6 is above. So you look up Bob as well. So, Luba, your 52 equates to 7. So you looked up 52, you looked up 50, you looked up 2. You looked up 5 as well, because composed. But you also look up 7. So, for example, the 7th letter is Zion. So you look up what the letter Zion is as well on a more subtle level. Yeah, exactly. That was the look. Now you guys are getting why I don't do this.
So, say it again, when I have like under 52, I have 40 different words.
You have 52.
No, I mean, I have 40 different.
I understand.
words.
You also want to look up on a level more subtle, 50 and 2. More subtle, 5, because 52 can be composed of 5 and 2. And more subtle, 7, because 5 plus 2 equals 7. Now, again, since 7 is not just a number, it also equates to a letter. Numbers and letters are interchangeable, right? 7 equates to the letter Zion. So you would look up Zion as well.
I get that, but like if I look at 52, I see words. When I use those words.
You see how they interact with your life, with who you are.
So I pick whatever I.
You'll see which ones interact with your life and which ones you don't. So now, let's kind of go over something here for a minute. Okay, keep doing what you're doing. But if I wanted to change my mazel, my constellation, which is overlaid on all of this, right? Because these all have months associated with them, right? I could change my name, huh? And have an entirely different reading, couldn't I? Right? If I changed my name from Moshe to Michael, I would have an entirely different chart, wouldn't I? Right? Because instead of 360, 56, I'd have Michael, which is 40, 60, 40, 50, 70, 71. It would be 101. So now I'd be looking at 101 instead of 345. I'd be looking at 2 instead of 12. I'd be looking at 2 instead of 3. I would be looking at Mem, these letters instead of Moshe. I'd be having Mem and Aleph as both of whom are mother letters instead of Mem and Shin. Do you understand? I can change my entire mazel by shifting that. Does that make sense? So, the word Rav, meaning rabbi, is spelled 202. Okay, you lost. I'm coming.
No, it's okay.
You want to be lost.
I didn't want to be lost, but I'm so far.
I'm coming. No, that's why I'm here to help everyone. So if I took my numbers of Rav, I added 202 to my chart. Okay, where are we lost? It's okay. How many of you were lost right now? Be truthful. Okay, so you're not alone. Okay, where you? That's why I'm here. Kelly.
Yeah.
Do anybody need this book again? I don't know, that book has so many different things for different things for each month.
Correct. So your nose.
Overlaps.
So your nose. So you're gonna do, so you're gonna take it, remember this time?
I do something like this.
So you're gonna look at
So probably.
all the things that.
Linda, is
You're gonna look at that.
one's numbers?
I have the
So you're gonna look at everything percentage. You're gonna look at everything
Yeah.
for Rick.
Yeah, I'm
You're
having,
gonna look at everything for Rick.
no,
That's, and you go through all those things and write them all down.
Here.
They all overlay together.
Oh,
Makes sense? It's Israel again, no.
It makes the no Talmud go to a different. Here's a good thing. I looked it up here. And I went online and I said, meaning of the month.
So, let's talk
and
about
put in my month.
Yeah, let's talk
And
about
it gives
it.
you a phrase that is associated with that month. It's very interesting. Mine is, I am my beloved and my beloved is
Oh,
mine.
so does that make sense? You're writing all that, just do your shirt. You do all that. You're also gonna be looking at the
it's about
numerical
like said
factor.
that when you said what you want.
And
You said that? I didn't hear, I heard that, but I didn't know that's what he meant.
515,
I need the dodi,
which also
Oh, no, I
equates
know
to
what
nine.
that means, but I didn't know he was connecting it to the month. Because I was in my
Yes, what-
phase of overwhelm.
see, if you take a little step at a time, it's not so complex. Well, that's a problem. Let's just do Brindle, okay?
Okay,
Let's just do Brindle.
Brindle, I get 296.
Okay, just a second. Beth, Rachel, jeez,
That noise is rough.
sorry, can't talk to you either. Beth, so it's Brindle is Beth, Rachel. Is it, are you or not you?
Emma says there's a hit. She looked it up.
Okay, so. So, okay, 200, 212, 262, 266, 296. You get that number?
Yes.
Okay, 296, which also equates to 17, which also equates to 8. With that so far,
Yes.
okay. So that, we're only doing Brindle.
Did you ever get it?
Okay.
'Cause I sent it in.
So,
They never sent it to you.
I'm sorry, I'm doing handwriting just.
Oh, no.
So,
I still have it.
You're also gonna look
Then
up,
do you want his address? Because I gave,
I get the cards.
I asked him for it for that.
So, this is a double
I
letter,
sent it into, I didn't have it. So I sent it into.
this is a double letter,
Oh, shoot.
this is a double letter. Okay, so your doubles that you're looking
Oh,
up
no, it's not.
are your V, your R, and your D.
So let me see.
Your elementals are your Yud, your Nun, and your Lam. Okay,
I know I sent.
so your N, your N, your L, and your Y. Okay, so you're gonna look up all of those letters, right? So you're looking up Bet, Resh, Yud, Nun, Dalet, and Lam. All of which equates constellations or different things. Got it? Or qualities, or parts of the body. You got that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're doing right now.
Okay.
And that's also going to show you certain months. Those months are going to be stronger for you, aren't they? Also added to this the day of the week, which we found in that Talmud passage. If you read it, it'll tell you your day of the week, how that equates. Allison, you look lost. You okay?
No, okay.
All right, does that happen?
Thank you.
Okay, Karen, you help with that? Who else is lost?
I'll look at that again.
Not all who wonder are lost.
Okay,
Okay, so, no, you're doing what you do. You're okay where you are, right? Who else was lost? No one else?
Well,
We're Jews, we're always.
so if, I wanted to do research when we're not here,
Well, that's the idea.
correct. In addition to this book, is there another?
So the books, if you want to do research, the books that I recommend are either this Gematria book or something like it for all numbers. I recommend the simplest ones is the Wisdom of the Hebrew Alphabet, which is over here, and the Wisdom of the Hebrew Months, that one or that.
Okay, I'm gonna find them.
Okay? So now, how are people online doing? I don't know who's online. Ron's online. Anyone else?
They're drinking.
Can I say something right now? They're not alone. So Orlando and I had a lamb. All right, so it was a little kid. So the point is, you start overlaying these things, and then you start looking at the qualities, and you look at the numerical values, and you start seeing how it applies to your life, or you start to see what are you not doing that you need to. What are some qualities that maybe you're, so example, for Moshe, the hay relates to the quality of speech, right? Which means anyone named Moshe should be using speech in a way that is to make more Torah in the world, okay? Ephraim, so Ephraim, right, starts with an aleph, which is air, right? So to be out in the open will always strengthen you. Make sense? For me, Mem affiliates with fire and Shin with water. I am extremely uncomfortable around campfires. And Allison, where's my go-to quiet place, my happy place?
Water.
In water. You guys have no idea how many articles I've written sitting in a jacuzzi smoking a cigar. Fire and water. Okay? Always, for me, the one place I relax in the world, put me on a boat. Right? Put me on a boat, put me on a cruise ship, put me on a boat, and all of a sudden, if I had the money to have a ridiculous object, I wouldn't have an expensive car, I'd have a boat. Because as soon as I get on water, my being centers in the sky. It's true?
That's true.
Okay? Do you see how that kind of goes with the different qualities? So it's a reflection that I already intuitively knew, but upon looking at this, so this goes back to understanding why I do this, right? I intuitively knew that, okay, I like water a lot. I always like living by water. This is the first time, living out here is the first time since 1980 that I have not been within a mile of the beach.
In the wilderness.
I'm Bami Bar in the wilderness, my Torah portion, exactly. And I always thought, well, when I realized this, it's like, well, no wonder I'm comfortable around fire and campfires, and no wonder I'm comfortable around water, and that this is the place. Coming from a campfire, I love being around fire. Okay, so it gives you the insight to understand. Oh, it's not just coincidence. That is my nature, right? So it gives us insight into this, and if you have insight, then you can go to your strengths easier, can't you? Now I have a question. I'm of the tribe of Israel. I'm a Jew. Does that mean because my name is so much easier with fire or water, does that mean that air doesn't work for me? No, because all of the influences in the world are inconsequential if I am living a Torah life. Does that make sense to people? Well, what do the people online think about all this? Or are they just drinking? They might be. Okay, other people, who's having a challenge or a question? How much do you want to detail? How much detail do you want? It's up to you. Do you guys see how this is not a cursory, oh, you were born on this date, therefore, you're meant to be an artist. You guys see there's a whole other levels going on here? So I'm going to just ask how detailed, how deep? And the answer is, how deep do you want to go?
I like superficial every time.
Well, there you go. Then just go superficially. That's a fun cocktail party talk, right? Yes, sir.
So I just want to share and ask a question. So I'm also Moshe. So I'm actually the reverse of you. I'm very uncomfortable in the water. I don't like being in the water. I love being next to fire.
Okay.
Like a campfire
Right.
or a fire pit.
Right.
Or whatever.
Right.
That's the sharing part. And the question part is, what would you do? What do you do with the parts of body that are associated. So for example,
Those are parts that can
as
be
you
strong or
mentioned,
weak.
you know, there's a, you know, for motion for us, right, there's the belly and the chest and right foot, I think.
Yeah.
So
So-
what
so-
do you do with that?
So that is both your strengths and your weaknesses. Everything is a double-edged sword. Okay? So, thank God, even though I'm a cigar smoker, doctors have always been shocked. I'm a heavy cigar smoker. I don't smoke cigarettes ever. But I smoke more than a cigar a week. I'm not a casual cigar smoker. And yet the doctors, thank God, look at my lungs and say, your lungs are totally clean as if you've never had anything to smoke in your life. I don't inhale cigars, so that's easy. And yet, the places that I need to be careful of, and for most of my life, I had an iron constitution. I could eat anything. Anything. I could have eaten lead and it would just process fine. However, in not taking care of myself always, the places that are also weak have to do with the chest, okay, where there's heart, and have to do with the gut. So does that make sense? So it's a double-edged sword. If I take care of it, stronger than, and if I don't, it's also a place that can be weak. And again, what's the answer to all of it? Live more of a Jewish life. However, that doesn't always make your wife comfortable. Okay, telling your wife that it's okay, I don't need to exercise, I'm just gonna live more, observe more mitzvot, does not necessarily make your wife, oh, she's here, make your wife comfortable. Okay, does that make sense?
It's particularly in my ear.
So pretty much.
Just swapping. We're all done with this book, so I'm gonna- That's a good idea to swap. Why not?
No, they should still do it, because part of observing Judaism is taking care of your body. Okay, part of Judaism, let's be clear, part of taking care of being Judaism is taking care of your body. And that's one of the places, Luba, that, it's one of the many places that Ashkenazi observant Jews are actually not observant at all in Judaism.
Oh.
Their values are actually not Jewish values. Because if they were, they'd be taking better care of the body.
Oh.
Okay? Each one, everything's salty and horrible and you know. Alice and I once had dinner at a friend who's an Orthodox rabbi, his family, and you know what I'm talking about. Shabbat dinner with Shem and Elizabeth.
Oh.
And their teenage, he was what, 16, 17 years old teenage son was saying, how could I be writing a dissertation on that had anything to do with physical health? That's unimportant, all that's important is reading Torah.
Oh.
Well, that's not Judaism.
Hmm.
Okay, in any way, shape, or form. The Rambam espouses upon that extensively, as they do in Talmud. It is not, the Rambam actually talks specifically about games of throwing balls and of physical exercise and sweat. So, and makes the great quote that I think is one of the greatest quotes, if we treated our bodies the way we treat our horses, our bodies would be healthy all the time. Okay, so in this picture, is sitting there saying, well, that's not, to take away from Torah study time. It's like, look, Shmedra, this is Torah study. This is the image of God. Hopefully without the large nose and gray hair, but this is the image of God. Yes,
How is Ashkenazic different from Sephardic?
because Ashkenazi got influenced by huge Catholic influence. Sephardim did not. And so there's a lot of habits that are not Jewish that people think are Jewish. So if I said to you, what is the traditional garb of an observant Jew? Most people in the world would say a black hat, white shirt, okay. Nothing could be further from the truth. Okay? The reason Chabad and those Ashkenazis will wear those clothing is because that was the clothing of the upper middle class in 18th and 19th century Eastern Europe. And they wanted to be like that. Our traditional clothing is actually a white kaftan and a white turban. And that goes back to Times Temple.
Ah, but it didn't fit in with the locale.
But I'm talking about health-wise, we were talking about health-wise and picking on.
Health-wise, the Sephardi are much more conscious about health, and Ashkenazi are not. They're just not. They've made it into this obsession of it's only about Torah study, not Torah living. I'm actually working on a book right now that I'm going studying through that I want to try and distill into 30 different small 15, 20-minute lessons to go through about that, to recognize that how the observance of Judaism is a lifestyle, it is not a philosophy. It's again the Kabbalologist versus the Kabbalist, person who can tell you everything that the Torah says but doesn't have any idea what the Torah means. Okay? You cannot worship God. It's over and over and over We pray for our body. The whole first quarter section of the morning prayers is all about physical health. The prayer we say the most often is about when you go to the bathroom, right? And the wonder and miracle of this. You must not worship the body, but you must treasure the body. And if you're not, I'm sorry, that's not Judaism. That's not Jewish values. So for this, when I see man was saying, well, it takes away from your Torah story time. No, it's living Torah. Does that make sense? It's living Torah. It's not reading about it, it's doing it. It's a great book, by the way, that this wonderful book I was turned on to. That's from one of the great teachers of the last century. And it almost made Allison say, go a big word of beer. Because it talks about why the importance of facial hair for men. And it almost made me want to do it. And she actually saw the value of it in some way. Which was scary because she always told me if I had something like that, it had nothing to do with me except cleaning my beard. So, all right. So does that kind of answer the question about that? So it's that pathway, keeping it strong, does not mean reading about it. It means living. Judaism is not a read about religion. It's a religion of practice, of observance, of doing. It's participatory. It's not observant in terms of I'm watching someone or something else. It's doing it. Okay? So why Israelis? Many Israelis, have you ever noticed? No interest in observing Judaism, in observing the rituals of Judaism.
Right.
And this goes back to the understanding that I'm living it. This was the issue that Rav Kook dealt with in the early days of Israel and Palestine, when the mandate was being shifted over, where you have these guys who come over from Europe who say, oh, we're so religious. That's great. But you have these other Sabbaths who are living in Kibbutzim and things, we're saying, we're living it in the land. And he brought them both together and said, look, you can say all what you want, but they're living Judaism. And you can say all you want, but we need people to also study. We need to come together. So Israelis often could care less, or they care, but they're not so interested in doing shachar every morning because they're living in Israel. They're defending the land every day and every night for the last 16 months when they're woken up from the bomb shelter, to go to a bomb shelter, right? So what do they need to daven for? They're living and protect. So Judaism is a living tradition. It is a living practice. It is not a theoretical one. Does that answer the question? Mm-hmm. And in the Sephardi, much more than the Ashkenazi, it was because they were not as influenced by Catholicism, they were less about watching somebody do it. Because when Catholicism, the priest does it for you. He's the gateway. He personally is the gateway. So they were much less about that than they were about living Judaism. So, it's very, very important for so the Persian family that will go out and do all sorts of things, whatever it is, right? Shrimps never pass their lips. Okay? Meat and cheese never get next. It's a glatt kosher wedding no matter how much more it costs. That's not true in the Ashkenazi world. I'm talking about people who aren't observant. They go to temple 2 days a year. Okay? But every Friday night, the whole family's together for Shabbat. They don't ever eat treif. When they have public gatherings, it's always glatt kosher. Okay, so who's living Judaism more? The Ashkenazi or the Sephardi?
I don't know, I have family that are both, so.
Good. You have Aunt Gisu and Aunt Sophie. All right, how are we doing on this? You guys seem like you're done all. You guys are all done already?
No, we're waiting for the books to pass.
Which book are you needing?
The one that is.
It was over there, that big one there.
The big one.
That's been sitting on that. Is that the one? Oh, you want?
Which one? That's
This one.
the Hebrew months? Okay.
Thank you.
Which are you guys doing? You're waiting for the big Gematria book. Yes.
On this book, he's saying that the census, it talks about how God, he's chosen mercy of sinners and he's making our heart and sinner cares. And then it says that the only person from whom God turns away is one who willfully lacks or and denies the sovereignty of God.
Right.
Attention becomes a non-believer. So if somebody says, I'm not Jewish or.
Adam Schiff is less Jewish than my dog.
Adam Schiff.
Okay?
So he can't ever.
No, of course he can't.
He can't tell God, I'm sorry.
So for us, we have a practice of tshuva. It's not about saying I'm sorry. It's about apologizing fixing what we did wrong, making a commitment to not do it again and not doing it again. So if I broke your window, God forbid, I can't just say, Kirsten, I'm sorry. I have to say, I'm sorry, this is how I did it, why I did it, I have to fix your window. I have to say to you, okay, I'm not gonna do it again. And next time I have a baseball in my hand, I better not break the window, or at least not for the sake.
It's like that parable with the pillow and the feathers.
Right, once it goes out, the
That's
gossip.
what he's done.
That's the point, is that you can't, there are certain things you cannot redeem blood for.
And is that one of them? Is it just
No, you can absolutely not. No. There are two things. One is leshon hara, gossip. Gossip. You can't. Tshuva means to repent. The word for sin that you learned as sin, actually, the word is kate. It's an archery term that means to shoot an arrow and miss the mark. Tshuva means to repair, rectify, turn.
Spectacular.
just one little.
How are you gonna collect the pillows from feathers?
You can't do it, you gotta pull it.
You have to do the exact same decision, in the exact same, the way you make tshuva is in the same environment as you committed the gossip, you need to commit the redemption. You say, I was wrong, what I said was wrong, I had no business saying that, I apologize, I'm sorry.
But this same thing here, we just say I'm not a believer.
You can always come back.
Okay, so.
All tshuva. Always. How about that? I ain't the gateway to heaven, guys. Okay?
What you're saying, that's not my fault.
I'm not. Again, I'm getting money for things other people are doing. Just send me the alcohol bar again.
So who's on besides, Ron?
Jeff, you finish?
So, no.
Okay, no, I guess, I sent him the notes. How are you doing and stuff? Good? How you guys doing? Good? And that's the simple book, Carolyn.
What does that say about my brain?
It says that, and that's the simple one, it's not all in Hebrew. I could have brought the 2 points in, it's all Hebrew. What number are we looking at? Okay, so what you do is you take the notes. Okay, so you're looking at 300, 200, 5, and 5. Okay. What you're gonna do is you're gonna page for 300. Page of 200. A page of 5, and a page of 5.
What's around?
That's it. And you're gonna look up 300.
No, it's. I used to teach you.
Now you can look up 300 and you can take a picture, but you also just look up and see what phrases or words you associate. Okay? Good. You can look at 300, just here. So you can look at all. Now 505 is your total, right?
Correct.
So do 505 first. Bring your letters. The letters, you can just look at the letter books as well. So look at 505. And you can find those are, that's, those are basic themes. You can find them. All of this, giving, activity, right? Zero century. Up to 506. That's 506, right? This is 505. So you can look at these and say, okay, where do I find things that have been said? So as an example, I don't know where you guys like to go. This would be one that would be more centered. San Diego, Mexico, desert, et cetera. I don't know that, but does that make sense? So you can look at that a little bit, that's how you use that.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah, and that's.
Allison, did you get lost, or you just chattering away?
Just chatting.
We're busy. We're finding out all about each other.
So it means I go home, I'm gonna have to do
Because you have to
this.
do all the work.
I have it at home.
We did the best we could.
That's all we can ever do, yes,
So you did that already?
yes.
Exactly, they're all hit or miss.
So
We're getting it from the seasons.
Marriage destroys laws.
Yes, just read it right now.
Okay, so what do you do with that? First of all, the seventh letter is Zion. Zion actually means sword.
Good support for arms.
The letter's called Zion, the word Zion
So we
means
went
sword.
there and we got it.
Okay.
My stepdaughter.
A sword destroys. Destroy, destroy, destroy. Sword flies, sword also heals. Surgeon, bearing of peace.
You went from cardio connected this.
I can't see this. What is it?
Marriage,
Anyway.
laws,
And
destroy.
Those are all things that you're very comfortable with.
Like, I don't know, and I just have to be, it's too
I feel destroyed every day.
Could be.
In a good way.
Yes.
It's awesome
You
is
have to go,
destroying you.
you have to go.
Awesome means destroying you.
Because if
Awesome means destroying gossip.
I don't know.
Doesn't mean, remember what it said in the Talmud, a bloodletter, a circumciser, a butcher,
But you go in with an open mind.
warrior,
You know, it's cold.
all are letting
so you
blood,
might
right?
find, Like a summer dress
But,
that's nobody's looking at, it's
Okay.
half off.
someone who is
That would be
devoted
perfect
to
for
one
someone
thing,
who's
and
giving
really
you.
someone would be a great holy man.
Firms at BPS.
Rachel Kish, greatest
Yeah,
son king of Talmud, was before he says, Father, in 59, before he was considered a king among the rabbis, he was a rabbi,
You know what, yeah.
all the highways and thieves, and so one helps them king.
Worker bees.
So
They follow usually. Right.
how can you say that you don't
Right,
destroy?
right, how long it's been sitting there, all different.
Whoa. How can, so you, no, excuse me, it's destruction, right?
I don't know what it's.
Now, what's it for? I destroy.
Good research.
I don't. Heart. Does that make
So
me
if my name is
any of it negative?
three
Hopefully
letters
not.
here, I figure I'm looking for letters here.
Oh, that's true. That's you.
I know the number.
I want questions.
And then we got
I
these are not all the letters. Oh, these are the month 12.
Connotation of English.
Yeah.
It's connotation. How you doing?
Anyway.
You liking this?
It's very interesting that you drink.
Oh, okay, I'll look at that, thank you. Did I look at that already?
Yeah, you looked at it.
I got it from which books I've looked at. Which ones haven't I looked at? Yeah, I looked at that one, I remember.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, but all have influence on it.
This
And
one.
race is also a book.
Oh, no.
Look up what is race. Race is one of the double letters that what the qualities are. Here's what I think is really, really important, guys, okay? So we call this Jewish astrology. Is this astrology?
No.
It's a lot more, isn't it? But I don't know, I mean, it's Jewish cosmology.
There's numerology involved, there's all sorts of stuff.
They're not, you can't have one without the other. So when someone says, so from our point of view even, and remember, all of this, we don't have to be the effect of any of it, do we? Right? We're Jews. Torah is powerful. This can give us insights, it can show us weak spots, like Michael and I were just talking about, weak spots or strong spots, our heart, lungs, whatever it may be. But none of it has to affect us. We all recognize that piece, right? But it can give us insights. But what does it make you think when someone says, I paid $150 and I went to an astrologer and my moon is in Saturn and my sun is in Taurus and and so my little astrological report every day that I get in the LA Times that says I'm a Taurus and today is a good day to do a financial transaction. Now seeing what the depth of our system is, what do you think about that stuff? Ludicrous, isn't it? So, I mean, it's fun to see or whatever, but a big part of this for me is for people, and it is doing insights, because I don't know anyone who really lives a perfect Torah life in all the different ways. Literally lives with never sure in every way. But to strive to do that and to understand the influences around us only can make our lives more conscious, can't they? And to see the overlay. And here's one of the pieces in Judaism. Judaism is a tradition of journey, not destination. By exploring the connections between all these things, now I gotta do it for the Slave Star all over. By exploring the definitions to all these things, you start. I'm not starting a brand new process for you, Alex.
We were late, we take our lumps.
You got a lot of lumps, see that?
Good luck.
Okay, so by seeing this, the idea is, are you starting to see how in Judaism, everything gets connected? So patterns become visible. And patterns, you can start to see where things are heading, what's easy, what's strong, which way the river is going. Does that make sense? So it's really, it's not about, maybe someone can come up with the right term. It's not, you notice that even these books aren't called Wisdom of Jewish Astrology, right? Because it's not astrology, is it? It's cosmology. It's theology. It's much bigger than just the stars, isn't it? And it does give us insight. So, Michael, I don't know about you, but I cannot say I live a perfect life of Torah. Okay? You might be able to, but I can't. So I need to be conscious, aware that there is an outside influence, that one of the easy places outside influence can be is in my chest and in my gut. Okay? There was a time, I'm telling you, I could eat anything, and did. I can't anymore. I get horrible acid reflux. Okay? So, can I take care of things? So, now, here's an interesting question. And I believe this is absolute personal certainty. If you're living in Israel, when you're in Israel, everything has a different balance, doesn't it? Who's been to Israel? It's better there, isn't it? I know you have experiences, but it's better. There's something about the food, the water, the air, right? Can't say what it is. You travel all over the world. You don't even want to go. You love it, right? So all of that is part of this too, right? Because when you're in Israel, you have a different level of obligations because you're in Israel. So it's different obligations in different ways. So does that help a little bit? Okay, keep going, whatever you need. Who's planning, well, I'm going to get the details. Who's planning to think they're going to make it to Israel this summer?
Are you leading a group?
We're going to, that's what this is all about. So my boys qualified for the Maccabi games, right? So we're going to do a group, possibly with the church as well, a group through Maccabi that will include tickets to the VIP gala with all the politicians the night before the opening ceremonies. It'll include tickets to opening ceremonies in the VIP section, any game events that you want to go to. It'll put all classic stuff that you do in Israel, but also other stuff that most Jews don't do, like on Holy Sepulchre. It will include.
I hope it's at least 10 days.
It'll be between 10 and 12 days. It looks like it's going to be give or take, not including airfare because everyone has their own how they fly, their own mileage, whatever. And we can help arrange that too. There's a Congress of Travel agent who actually emailed the other day to see if we're up with that. But it'll cost for everything somewhere around $400 per person per day, which is a great deal.
Yeah, I know. I made a face.
Yeah, that's why you saw the face. Staying in great hotels, staying, breakfast would be included.
And if I'm going with someone who's never been, they'll be able to see all the,
Keep it
are
down.
there
All that museum, the
add-ons for
object
say
now.
Masada and stuff like that, or is that included?
All the,
Ooh, and it's gonna be in your emails?
once we have all the details,
Okay, good.
there will be a river rafting trip down to Jordan,
Oh, boy.
up in the north. We'll go visit the hospital that we donated so much money to as a community. We'll go Spot, we'll go Galilee, these are all the intentions. Caesarea, because we have to be Caesarea.
Are you gonna be in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem?
Yeah, the opening ceremonies are in Jerusalem.
Oh,
Games all over the country. And then let's say that you really love tennis, okay? And you want to go to the tennis finals for Maccabi,
it's okay.
and we're supposed to be going to the Paul Mac Museum. You may choose, okay, I don't want to go to the Paul Mac Museum. There'll be an extra cost for you to be able to get to and back. But you would go, you get tickets and go see the tennis.
I think I could probably put 2 more down on that.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be, and people are, that's a great price.
Cool.
I know, I'm
Marjorie.
gonna call, talk to this
We have to be there, you must be there by the morning of July 9th.
woman.
And then it'll probably end somewhere between the 19th and 21st. We'll probably end it like the 19th or 20th. Okay, and it will be, and so,
And they're
that's
tours
the
and
stuff
stuff
that
and all
I'm
that?
looking at. We're going through with them, because they're sending, both Maccabi and another one are sending all the different proposed, the shell of what it's gonna be. It's like, okay, we need to do this, we don't wanna do this, there's no reason to do this, we need to make time, because we're all gonna be invited to the VIP gala, and I think we're all gonna wanna go. Okay. 4 years ago, they had a VIP gala, and there was a guy named Joe Biden who was there, because all the political officials did, he was there. We assume that it'll be the same case again. We assume, Netanyahu, the Megavir, these guys will be there. Maccabi is the biggest, it's the third biggest sporting event on the planet, right? So the World Cup and the Olympics. And Maccabi is the biggest tourist event for Israel. 300,000 guests from around the world come to Israel for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's huge. There's over 100 countries. And so it's gonna be built around those kind of opportunities and options. Anyone who wants to go walk Masada, however, that's the one thing I will say, if you wanna walk Masada, you're on your own, baby, because I'm not doing it.
Question about the how does that?
Look, okay, so that I already included in your handout. Go back to what it says about the handout of the day of the week. Remember, first day is Sunday.
Like, and I'm just like,
How are we doing?
So it's just a number, responding to your.
No, look what the day of the week means.
Where do you get this data?
That's, where's that one? Yeah, she's got, that's. No, those are the super contacts that are here. Right. That's.
These are also.
But that book that she's got in her hand is my symbol collection. I have 2 volumes. This has both. The numerical value. All right, Alex. We're gonna do Alex real fast. While everyone else is all working, I'm gonna do Alex at the top of my head, off the top of my head. No, I'm not even working on the birthday. I'm just gonna work on the nomination. The birthday you can look up and stuff. But we will. What's his Hebrew birthday? What we'll do?
His Hebrew birthday?
Yes. Go on, keep going. Alex, what's your Hebrew name? Keep going. Everyone keep working. What's your Hebrew name? What's your Hebrew name?
You saw it, right?
Eliyahu, Eliezer?
That's where everybody says.
What is it?
Yanko, Yiddish.
Yankel, okay. Yankel equals 10, 61, 61, 90. Equals 10. So we would look up in that book what 190 is. We look up what 190. Good. So let's go. Yud, Nun, Kuf, Lamed. Good. So this I have to. Good is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would be about Maiden or Virgo.
Of course it is. This is the.
20th is Shabbat. Oh, his birthday's coming up.
It's a 28th Shabbat.
Okay. 28th, so let's look, so made Yud is also Lishma's insights. Action! And your left hand. None. 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So 8. 1, 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stomach. On top of that, it's also the stomach. Known as smell. You do have a sense of smell. Or does your smell bad? Good resist. Intestine. Poof. Maybe
I sent it to the wrong email, but you're gonna get it.
Send it to Rabbi. But I said, I
So,
saw where
poof, the sun.
Go for the no words. What do I know? I didn't know how to do it. But anyway, you should get it.
No, I'll send it to you. Oh, yeah, please, I hope I can find it. Thank you. But I'll
Light.
write. It doesn't, it's just the thought. No, because I always make, especially for something that amazing, it's such a nice thing. You know, I usually.
Wait, I'm sorry. My mistake. Poof is lap.
Oh, no.
Yes.
So, it's a gallbladder. Supposed to strengthen your weakness. I'm just gonna write it down, I'm not gonna say any comments about Muhammad also is. As in coitus interruptus.
Oh.
Obviously, he hasn't had one, so you would look up what 190 is in the blue book. Where's that blue gematria book? So you look up 190 in there, you also look up each of these letters individually. Look up 28, 35. Yeah, well, I'm assuming 28 is, of course, 622. Tuesday, now here in your handout, there's a part where it says what the days of the week do. It's the same parsha as Luba. Luba,
Anyway, I got my.
how much do you love Alex? You're the same Torah portion.
What's the birthday? I have the
28th is flat. What's your birthday?
second to Adar.
It's 20th is flat, you do the same Torah portion.
Oh, boy. Now I'm gonna go read my Torah portions and figure out things. Thank you, it's always good to see you. My name's Joe. I mean, the husband.
All right, so so how's everyone doing on all of this? Now comes the art part. Okay. Has everyone done most of the research with the books? Okay, so now let's talk for another minute.
Oh, no.
So, first of all, are you finding insights about yourself, yes or no? Some? Okay. That's going on, just something I don't know about. So, one conversation. So, who plays poker? Okay. Poker is a game of skill, right?
Strategies.
However,
Sort of.
it is also an art. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay, skill knowing the odds of the hand. It's an art to be able to read your partner. Right? Music, being a musician, is a skill. And it's an art. Right? Dance is a skill. But to really be a dancer, you have to take that skill and filter it through an art. You guys see all that to be true?
Yes.
Okay. So you get all the information about the letters, about the numbers. You get all the information about the months and the values. You get the information. But the art is to honestly look, and it's good to do with the partner as well, to honestly look about how it does. So Michael and I have the same Hebrew name. So he said, okay, it corresponds to the chest or the stomach. What does that have to do? He said it's both where you can be strong and also where there's an inherent opening for weakness, right? Luba had, she looked at one of the numbers for one of the things that she had, and it was basically just death, destruction. It wasn't death, it was destruction, desolation, perish, okay? Those kind of things. And she goes, well, this is horrible, but it isn't, is it? Because you could be destroying fear, destroying evil. A sword is a double-edged sword, right? So the art comes in by listening and seeing how to tie it together. Now we get to a whole other aspect. So for most people, pretty much have the information part. Okay, now we get to a whole other aspect. How do you take that information and interpret it in a way that helps you, helps the world, makes things work? Hisbodedus, also pronounced Hisbodedus. This is where you become the artist that can take information. It's meditation. Judaism is a meditative practice. There's our literature designed to put our brain chemistry in an altered state, a neurological state, an altered state of consciousness, a heightened state of awareness. And it's a lot easier to understand the information when you meditate and or when you're doing it with a partner. You have a mirror, right? It becomes easier. So Lou's initial reaction from I use you about desolation or to perish was one thing, until all of a sudden there was, wait a minute, no, that's nothing wrong with that. That's what we do. If you're a warrior for good, if you're fighting for right, that's what you deal with. And so I can look at my own, which will say the same type of things that also include qualities of action and multiple times qualities of speech. The speech is also writing. So where do I do a lot of my fighting? Both in action, but also in the action of writing and speaking. That's always been who I am. That's always been who I am. Because we're conscious that that is the right way. I'm not the guy who should necessarily be out there with a Uzi. I hopefully can inspire other people to do the right thing. Does that make sense? So to understand ourselves, that we do in partnership, and we do it with this focus meditation. So we're seeing, if you just do any of the breathing techniques you learn, any meditation class or anything else, and do we lose Kirsty?
She had an emergency show.
Okay. Okay. So if we do what, and we're quiet and we're able to receive, then we understand how to piece these qualities together. Okay? And to understand ourselves better and how we can interact with the world better. Does that make sense to everybody? So that's the quality where you take the information, which is the skill, learning it, and then you filter it through the art of your own soul, which makes it a whole other level of validity and applicability. Does that make sense to everybody when I say it that way?
Yes, it's the depth.
Okay, it's just information, but you can tie it all together really easily if you look at it and you see it. I would do it with Emma's, but I can't read for printing because it's even smaller than 4-point font. Yes?
So in reality, I mean, someone someone can't do this for you because they have to know you.
No, someone can do it for you. But they
Aren't
got,
be missing a lot?
as I say, I did it for Michael, and he was extremely accurate on things I didn't even know about until he shared it with me afterwards.
Michael?
Okay.
Which Michael?
Another Michael.
Oh, Savage, I was here. I was
And
here.
so, and it was extremely accurate. So, but I'm not talking with him about it, but I'm clear as I'm doing it, and I'm looking at these different things, it's like, wait a minute, it says what it says, I don't understand. I had to be explained by him how it fit, but it did fit perfectly, I just didn't know, I didn't see how, I just was like, this is what it says. Does that make sense? So absolutely you can. The piece of it though is to really do it. I mean, we've been working at this now for over 3 hours, right? And I don't think anyone's really done much other than just take down some basic information, not integrated it or anything like that, right? And only some of the basic information. Think if you really want to do this for anyone, especially yourself, there's not many hours to really do it. And so it's not, Robbie, I think was his name. You told me about some guy years ago who was an Israeli who quote unquote did Jewish astrology.
Oh, right, yes.
And it was like 500 a reading or something ridiculous like this. And he was a whole guru with people in the West Side. You know, I don't know the guy, but if you're going to tell me that you're reading with someone for an hour and giving them a whole Jewish astrological
For
understanding.
$1,000?
What- Well, here's my question though. Can it be done in an hour?
It was a Kabbalah thing.
Yeah, there's a
Not
guy calling
Kabbalah
himself a
Center,
Kabbalah Center in Akron, yes.
It wasn't this Kabbalah Center.
But it was that, yeah. And so not only that, but you are not supposed to make a spade, a shovel out of teaching Torah. This was given at Sinai. Abraham didn't write this book and say the only people who can read it are people who give me 10 shekels, right? That's not the way it is. That's not our way. Our way is to be a light unto the nations, which means we are meant to share this, not. Yeah, I'll share it with you, but I won't share it with you. That's antithetical to our teachings. And we're meant to share. We're meant to do it with each other. We're meant to partner up and say, okay, because here's what happens. How many of you partnered doing this with somebody else you didn't really know beforehand? Well, I know the two of you were helping each other. So I use it. Did you guys develop a relationship as a result? Okay? Because that's the real magic. You know, you might want to think about going out with her, maybe even marry her. Okay, let's not get carried away. So do you guys see that this is, it's so, and you can keep going deeper and deeper and deeper into it, can't you? Right? I can even take your hay and split your hay down to your 5 of a hay down to a 4, I can split your hay to a 4 and a 10, it's a 14. Because a hay
It's a combination of Rash and
is a hay, no, it's actually a dalet,
Dalit.
and a vav. Okay, so I can break this a lot of ways, right? So there's an aleph in the name, it could be 21, it could be 26, right? You can break a lot of things out. So, and all of that comes from, if you look in this text, it actually shows, we'll show you stuff explaining. Letters that, oh, here we go. Here's an example, right? Here it shows how, in fact, the aleph can be split that way, it can also be split as a bet. Okay, with the idea of a bet on its head. So, or my personal favorite, one of my personal favorites, a tzadi. A tzadi looks like this, right? That's a tzadi, okay? So we say, so what we're taught is, that is a nun, right? Nun looks like this, and yud looks like this, right? So it's a nun that's bent over his back with a yud on top of it, right? This is from the here, okay? So first of all, tzadi has a numerical value of 90, yud is 10, and nun is 50, So it also, 50, so it also has a numerical value of 60, which is the same as Sama, which means ordination or happiness. Is also is 60. Simcha. 90 is tzadi. And what do we say? What does tzadi sound like? Because it's the same in the Hebrew word. What's the Hebrew word? Tzadi? Tzadi, a righteous man. What is a righteous man? Nun stands for Navi, which means prophet. He's a prophet who has bent his back in order to hold God. Because Yud is God's name. Now, I want you to understand, that's not me saying that. That's 2,000 years old in this text. So when you read it here, it came from there. But that's pretty cool, isn't it? Right? So I can look at a tzadi as a 90, I can look at it as a 60. I can look at it as a righteous person, I can look at it as a sama, because 60 is the Hebrew letter sama, which is smecha, ordination, simcha, happiness, joy. I can look at it as we say, it says in Psalm 100, Yidu Hashem simcha, the work of God is found, besimcha, in joy. And what is the work of God? It's to become a tzaddik, because we're to be a prophet with holding God on our bent back. How many of you just kind of go, oh crap? Welcome to my mind, my mind, okay? And you wonder why I don't sleep at night. So,
Do you also gibber here?
do I also do gibberish?
Here, like Hebrew year, or like, does year have a meaning?
The year has a big meaning. Every year on Rosh Hashanah, I say what the meaning of this coming year is. Right? So, if you're born in, I'm not going to ask anybody when you were born in, okay? I'm not going to do that. But let's say you're born in 5760. All right, just a hypothetical sake, right? So you're born in 5760, which is equal to 1318. So it has to do with life. Right? So it has to do with life, number one. Number two, we're going to look at 5, at 7, and at, what did I say? It was 12, and 6. 6 and 60. So we're going to have 18, 5, 7, 6, and 60. We're going to use also 50, 57. Do you see what I'm saying? And 576 because it's times 10. And we're going to reduce all these numbers to understand the year. Because years are bigger things, a lot more variables, a lot of things that are in a year, that are a whole year, right? So we can combine all those things for the year. Then you can look at things and you can say, okay, 5 is typically hay, which is God's hand. 7 is the sword, is a sign. Sign means sword. 6 is there's 6 days in the week in terms of it's about working and so 6 because then there's a 0 with it. So which we're not adding anything. So I would say, okay, you know what? This is going to be that year has to do with working as a warrior for God, right? Anyone ever see how I got to that? 6 is working. 7 is a sword, right? Warrior. 5 is hand of God.
Where did they find those sword things?
Zayin, the 7th letter of the Hebrew alphabet is Zayin. The word Zayin actually means sword.
I got that, but that wouldn't be, we'd have to find, how do we?
Well, so that's meaning of letters, which, hold that book up you're holding in your hand, please. I think that's the letter book right there, which you'd find in that.
Oh, okay, when you're done with that, thank you.
Each letter has 10 pages on what the meaning of the letter is.
Oh.
So if your name is Rundel Chaya Sora Rivka, you got a lot of work to do. If your name is Avi, not so much. Okay? And then take a look. And then when you're adding on to it, so as I say, when my name changed to a Rav, that adds a certain quality that is a part of it. I want to see that? So it all changes. And then I'll tell you something that really flipped me out. I also remember this. My whole life, I'm called, with or without the Rav, I'm called Moshe Yisrael ben Avram HaKohen. You guys all got that, right?
Yep.
So I've heard that. And then my boys were born. And my son is named Benjamin Shoshan ben Avram Moshe Yisrael HaKohen. I had never been my own name as a Kohen before him. I was the son of my father, the Kohen. I am now the father my sons. Do you remember how hard that hit me?
Yeah.
Because it was like, wow, I've never heard myself called the Kohen. I've always been the son of the Kohen. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Names change.
So when your children were born, you changed.
I changed too, because I have another purpose now as a father, not as the son of my father, but the father of my sons.
You actually changed your name by that time?
No, it's not, I didn't have to. I'm not changing my
It
name.
just becomes.
My name for me is still Moshe Yisrael ben Avraham HaKohen.
But for them,
But for them, I am now Moshe Yisrael HaKohen.
Right.
I don't know if I can convey what a radical shift that was internally. When all of a sudden, my identity is not as the son of my father, but as the father of my sons. Because I have two identities. I'm always going to be the son of my dad, but I have another identity now. Okay, the father of Pishers. Sons. Right? So you guys see how the depths of this, and when meditation becomes the ability through meditation, to start to interpret and tie it together. So it's not just random acts of information. What do you guys think?
Complicated.
How many of you just kind of blow you away? Okay, a lot more than you thought. It's just that's why when I said, up until then, I don't know if people really get this, right? When I said in class, Kim, that this is really intricate and complex, I don't know that anyone really understood how intricate and how complex.
she has an interesting question.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I can't tell you why you married them.
No, because I asked him first. But when I mentioned to someone, like actually one of the rabbis that, people who learn Kabbalah, they say, it's dangerous, right? Like numerology, etc. So, like, what's your view on that? Because some of these interpretations can be dangerous.
So, okay.
In some ways.
So for that, let's talk about history. Well, people are still going through books, and we'll talk about history a little bit. There has always, Judaism is a mystical way of life, period. And there have always been two schools, Maaseh Bereshit, Maaseh Merkavah. Maaseh Bereshit, the workings of creation, how and why did God create the universe? Maaseh Merkavah, the workings of the chariot, how and why does God sustain the universe? Those are the only two questions in the universe. Everything else is details. Right?
Right.
How and why did he create it? How and why does he sustain it? With me so far? And so from the time of Tanakh, Torah, Tanakh, Talmud, obviously these texts, I don't know where they went, which are thousands of years old, you're exploring one or both. Okay, one or the other or both. With me so far? It was not separated. In fact, even the very blessing is when you chant, the Torah comes out and you go, is a calling out of the midot, of the sifrot, the energy centers in your body. Okay? That's what it is. Those are the names of them. Gedula, Gevura, Tiferet, etc. Okay? Right there. The language, linguistics is right there. Then you have this guy named Isaac Luria. Known as Ha'ari, the holy Rabbi Isaac or the Ashkenazi Rabbi Isaac. Luria takes from the different schools and he blends them together. Okay? When he's in his 30s. Okay? And that becomes known, what he develops, the integration that he does, he doesn't come up with anything new, he just integrates it. His Torah commentaries and his teachings. Okay? This whole thing about the orchard. In his teachings, he incorporates specifically Sefer Yetzirah. And that becomes known technically as Lurianic Kabbalah. Okay? Kabbalah coming from the root like kabel, meaning to receive. Okay? He didn't come up with new things. What he did was, he just integrated them together with the Torah and everything else. He did nothing different than we do every day in this congregation. That's the first thing to understand. There's a great saying about the Tao Te Ching. To the person who does not know the Tao, a tree is a tree and a cup is a cup. To the student of the Tao Te Ching, a tree is no longer a tree, a cup is no longer a cup. To the master of the Tao, a tree is a tree and a cup is a cup. It's just a deeper level. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay. So he has the Lurianic Kabbalah. Then in the 1600s, look at this, you get this guy, arguably the most important man in Judaism of the last 2,000 years, for all the wrong reasons. You get this guy named Shabbatai Zvi. His memory we blotted out. Shabbatai Zvi is a paraschizoid, bipolar, highly charismatic rabbi, teacher. Very, very knowledgeable in Lurianic Kabbalah, in the different teachings of Maseh Bereshit, Maseh Bereshit. And he starts to teach. He's very charismatic, and he starts to develop a following. Okay? And he teaches different meditative techniques, and people have this great experience. And he said, well, you know why you're having that experience? I gave you that experience. I've given you your mantra, Om Namah Shivaya, whatever it may be, right? And it's because of me. So you have this experience, and you call your cousin Joel. And you say, Joel, if you do this mantra and this breathing technique and focus on Rabbi Shabbatai Zvi, you're going to have this opening experience. And he does. And he calls his cousin Allison, okay, sending letters, right? And ultimately, Shabbatai Zvi has over how many, if you don't know, if you actually know for sure, don't answer. But if you don't know, take a guess as to how many followers he has in the 1600s. Take a guess.
Definitely.
100,000.
He has over 2 million followers. Moreover, most of them are Ashkenazi Jews.
That's like most of the Jews.
And most of them are Ashkenazi. Okay? And now he's getting pretty powerful. And so the Sultan calls him in. Okay? He says, because people are now saying, he's Mashiach, he's the Messiah. I learned this technique. If you use this technique and focus on Rabbi Shabbatai Zvi, he's the Messiah. You're going to have this experience. Okay. You guys see what's going on here? So the Sultan calls him in and says, so I hear that you're the Messiah. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. So I'm going to put you in prison for a while. And you got a choice. You can either keep claiming you're the Messiah, in which case I'm going to execute you, or you can convert to Islam. Your choice. And the man accepted as Messiah by almost over 2 million Jews converts to Islam. Single-handedly almost destroying our religion. Okay, do you guys understand the depths of this? But Ashkenazi, not Sephardi. Ashkenazi, because most of the scholars are Ashkenazi. And so, the Ashkenazi rabbis, because from the time of Talmud, were taught to put a fence around the Torah, right? Why is chicken considered meat? Because Jews are too stupid to tell between a cooked chicken and a cooked cow. We're going to make a fence around it, right? We make a fence around things to protect you, like a fence around your pool. So the rabbis decided to say, despite the fact that all these great teachers, like Lurie himself, in his 30s, we're going to say you can't study Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, until you're 41, have 3 children, and know the entire Torah and Talmud, making it impossible to study. Okay? Entirely out of fear. Now, that does not happen in the Sephardic world. And if you pick up, this is a beautiful thing. If you pick up a Sephardic, a Siddur that's Sephardic, you will see the following. Great mystics were Sephardic. Mostly were Sephardic. Cordovero, Abulafia, these different guys. So you'll be reading in your text in your Siddur, where it says Baruch atah Adonai. Okay? Good. And Adonai looks like this. And then there'll be words in here. So it has Yud, Hey, Vav, and this Hey, and the words that are in here are the mystical meditations you're supposed to be meditating on when you say Adonai. In their Siddur, today. But was cut out in the Ashkenazi. The problem is that A, Places like the Kabbalah Center, remember I taught mysticism at the University of Judaism. Places like the Kabbalah Center was the first Jewish group ever put on the national list of cults and missionaries. And places like it aren't putting it in perspective of the larger Maaseh Merkavah, Maaseh Bereshit, Talmud, Torah, etc. Right? Number one. Number two, 40 years ago, you had Chabad rabbis who learned, like Sako, okay? Who learned with the rabbi, and who learned this kind of stuff to whatever level they did or were not inspired or were inspired. Problem is, you can become a Chabad rabbi in a year now, and the vast majority of them know nothing. And I mean that nothing. They know Gornish. They know how to daven real fast and read Hebrew. They know nothing of Jewish history or theology. They certainly know nothing of this. And what they constantly will say is like, the Kabbalah says, yeah, well, there's no such thing as the Kabbalah. Because there's no text called the Kabbalah. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. There is the Torah, there's the Talmud, there's the Gemara, there's Ramchal and the 138 openings of wisdom. There's Abulafia. There's no text. When someone says the Kabbalah says, do you realize how stupid a comment that is? Think about it. Because there is no the Kabbalah. If I say the Talmud says, there's a Talmud. If I say Ramchal teaches in his knowing heart or in his Mesilas Yesharim or in 138 openings, it says this, there's a text, the Kabbalah. And they know BS, they know nothing. And I'm so sick of these guys posing as if they know squat, and they don't. The youngest guys who know anything are people about Sapos and my age. Those are the youngest ones. Okay? Because these guys now know nothing other than daddy was a rabbi. And I'm angry about it because I just recently was, someone was on a friend's show and it was like, I didn't want to tell him that this guy is just an ignoramus and he's making comments that were just wrong. But instead of saying this is the source, you're saying, the Kabbalah says, and I got paid, so I know I was in. BS. Yes, I'm sorry, I got carried away.
So for Adonai,
Yes.
since there's also the other spelling, the two Yuds together.
Correct. That's the short version.
Is that the short? It's the same thing, but that's the
Same
short
thing.
version.
And what happens is,
But was that
there are
the-
meditations. So there are specific meditations with each of the 10 vowel systems below the levels of Yud, Hey, Bob, Hey.
Okay.
There are meditations by Abulafia and Cordovero where you actually are having, where you meditate. One of them's called the 21st Yochud, where your meditation is Yaha Waha, Yehe Wehe, Yihi Wehi, Yoho Woho. My favorite Bible word. Yoo-hoo woo-hoo. Right? And it will say what the meditation is right there, referring back to the 21st Yochud that is with those vowels. It's literally in the text right there. Did that answer your question, Lou, or did I offend everybody?
Now I'm trying to find
Well-
like a simple way to say it. So like, does it mean that when people just say, I'm learning Kabbalah, you're like suspicious whether they're learning it with the right people? Right?
Everyone place your raise? On the nose, baby! Yes.
Well, it goes
Yes.
back, that whole thing also, like people today still think that, you hear crazy things like with all the Diddy stuff, they're like, he practiced Kabbalah and was talking to demons. It's like, that's nothing to do with, like, it's all rooted in anti-Semitism from hundreds of years ago. That's still kept alive today. That's all it is.
My friend Rabbi Mark Goodman is teaching an 8-week class at UJ this year, an extension class on angels and demons. I give the class once a year as just a one-off class. Some of you have been in it. I actually sent him notes to help with him, what he's doing about angels and demons in Judaism. It's in Gemara. It's in the Talmud. Okay, it's right there. So what's happened is, after Shabbatai Zvi, you had a separation. This is Judaism, that we're going to keep outside. As opposed to, this is just integrated in Judaism. Again, the simple things that are hidden in plain sight. You should love the Lord your God with all your heart, except levavcha doesn't mean your heart. There shouldn't be two vets, it should be levcha. There's two V's, and it's T. So either God doesn't know Hebrew grammar or there's a teaching. It's teaching, it goes back, the teaching is that we each have two hearts, one for good, one for not so good, and God loves us both. It's Kabbalah. Because it's hidden in the text, okay? The Gematria, ooh. The Gematria is just, it's talked about in Talmud as a form of, Talmud talks about numerology, Gematria, as a legitimate form of interpretation of text. It's no different than Roman numerals, right? Aleph is 1, Bet is 2. I was 1, X is 10. What's this? What's the V? No, it's a Roman soldier wanting 5 beers. Yes, 5 beers. You've heard of 5 beers, right? 5, right? So there's all those. What do you need to, it's part of our tradition. It's not, I don't know where they are, but the Bahir Sefer Yetzirah, which are somewhere there's Bahir, I don't know where Sefer Yetzirah is. But wherever they're wandering, you're looking at it. It's right there, isn't it? That's 2,000 years old. Public domain. Not hidden. Okay? It's just a matter, so, it's cool. You can't learn that Aleph is about silence. The point is, what's something to do about it? Oftentimes, one of my very favorite phrases to say is, I don't know, I will find out. Okay? Someone asks me something, I don't know, because you're not pretending to learn. I want to be seeking, I want to be learning. But for many people, if you ask them about reform, or if you ask them about Jewish astrology, because they know nothing about it, their answer, rather than saying, I don't know, their answer will be, as a rabbi, to say, well, it's forbidden.
That's a reaction I got yesterday. I have relatives that observed them. And I said, I'm going to astrology class. And they're like, looked at me like, it wasn't clear,
So show them the handout. See, this is why I give handouts. I pull this stuff out of my tokas. Okay? Okay, don't make any comments because of my typos that it looks like. I hate it when I can read your mother's mind. So yes.
Like a lot of the stuff that seems that they've split off from what is part of Judaism, it's they've done it, it seems like they might have done it for 2 reasons. One, it seems like it's influenced by Christianity. And then also it seems like they did it to kind of push away some of the anti-Semitic beliefs. So instead of teaching it, it's hidden. And it's just you're not learning the whole cake.
I think you're being kind. I think a lot of it is just because people, especially rabbis, are lazy sacks. I'm serious, okay? And this is, you have handouts with text, right? It's pretty clear what these sources of these texts are. These are incontrovertible sources, okay? If someone said, well, I don't believe it really said that, well, here, right? Someone believes that, okay, it doesn't say that. Oh, okay, look at Sefer Yetzirah. Where's that Sefer Yetzirah? See, but here, was it? It's over there.
It's over here.
Here's one.
So, no, it's okay. So, and most of these guys don't even know the history, nor do they even understand. I'm going to use Chabad again as an example. Chabad is based on a book written by Reb Shneur Zalman of Liodi. He wrote a book called the Tanya. Fabulous. Amazing. In which he says that the teachings revolve around 3 energy centers of Chokhmah, Bina, and Da'at. That becomes Chabad. But in which his introduction is prefaced to the Tanya, he says it's for the Jews of his time and place. He does not say it is for the Jews of 2025 America. So to treat it as if it is such a holy text, a lot holier ones, a lot older ones. And the world is, so to go back to ancient texts is the way to do things. That's why you're not seeing quotes here. I think the most recent quote I have in this handout is Rabbeinu Bachya from the 13th century. Okay, So when people say they're so observant, what do you mean so observant? I don't even know what so observant means. Okay? And when you say, well, we're not allowed to do this, well, okay, what's it say right here? And what's it say about the value of it or the lack of value of it? Okay? So suddenly, the Maharal of Prague is a bad guy for creating the golem? Rabbi Akiva, who talks about the stars and how they can be beaten by acts of charity, as his daughter did on her wedding day. In Talmudic times, rabbis were forced to know sorcery. The rest of the rabbis actually knew sorcery, because that way they would know if something was being done wrong. They didn't say sorcery was to happen. They actually knew it. So that they could say, that's not okay. Because you aren't going through God, you're making this about you. But does that kind of help put all this in perspective? So the point is, again, when it comes to Jewish astrology, Jewish cosmology, that's why I don't think astrology is the best term. It all falls away because we don't have to be affected by these things. Right? But it is an option and something else to learn. And it's in Gemara, it's in Midrash Rabbah, it's in Nedarim and Shabbat, it's in Zohar, it's in Sefer Yetzirah. So how is that for a very long answer to your question? Was that full enough for you to be able to, does that work? Because it's just offensive to me when people are saying, oh, I'm studying Kabbalah. I just want to spank them, slap them, and tell them, shut the hell up, because you're doing more damage than good. Okay, I've said this, and I'll say it over and over. Shmuel Boteach has created more anti-Semites than probably any other Jew in the last century.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you're making comments that you are making comments out of your tuchus instead of your mouth, you're hurting Judaism. There's no reason not to know this. And for you all to realize now, here's a question that I would like everyone to just answer aside, don't answer out loud. Would it be easier to really spend all the effort, time, energy going through all the different permutations of numbers and letters and months and qualities and body parts? And we didn't even get into the musical notes, you understand. Because remember, there's 12 notes.
We should do that.
No.
And they each correspond to to one of the elementals, and they each correspond to one of the constellations as well, and to body parts. We ain't going to that, do we? Right? Because think about it, there's 12 notes, right? 5 in black, 7 in white, right? 13th note is what gives you the octave, which gives you love, because 13 is love. This is a cipher. You would look at cyphers. So, which would be easier, to really go into this all in depth, or just decide to keep kosher? Right? Which is easier? Really going to, I said, I'm going to try and work on living more of a Torah life. Which is easier? I'm going to try and give charity.
You said it's not enough.
Well, a mitzvah follows a mitzvah. So you start doing the mitzvahs, you're going to start doing more. Okay? So one step, it's not that it's not enough. One is better than no other, it's not enough. And the more you want to do. So just, which is easier to do? Right? Which is easier to do, right? To go through all of this, or just to say, I'm not having any filet mignon. I'm not having any pork, shellfish. I'm not mixing milk and meat. I'm not going to work on Shabbat. I'm going to take the day off and study and be with my family.
They don't even teach why not to mix milk and meat correctly.
They
just tell you to do it. And if you just read about it, you're like, oh, that's why. And then all these other people are arguing about really what it meant. So, like, was this a misinterpretation of this word or that word? They're still arguing about that today. Because they're like, oh, did it only mean for the sacrifice, or did it mean every day? Blah, blah, blah. It's like this word can mean like 10 different things. If you look at it like this.
I got a dear friend, some of you know him, so I won't say who he is, because he comes here, but I have a dear friend who does come to our events. You'll know who it is. And he makes the comment, and he also knew Schwartz years ago. And so his comment for the last 20 years is Chabad rabbis have become Amway salesmen. You can guess who that is, can't you? You can. No. All right. So it's not solid. But that's what Chabad has become. That's the reality. there's a guy sitting there talking about the animal soul and the human soul, and that's entirely misinterpretation from someone who never actually read anything. Or a commentary about something, that's not what the law says. It says no. So, but he wanted to make a Christian happy. So anyhow, so the point is, though, for your friends who said, I can't believe you're doing this,
No.
but
Now I can show them, they just didn't even have a response.
they're not responding.
They didn't know what to say.
Now you can talk about the fact that this is all homeless. This isn't what the guy that Allison knew about, okay, that was doing the Kabbalah, I'm doing Kabbalah Jewish astrology. This isn't that. This is understanding what our tradition teaches. There's a big difference.
But I give you cosmology is better made, because when you say astrology, people right away think different.
I know, but it is astrology. It's hard.
Astrology plus.
Well, Judaism is everything plus.
If they're so judgy, why are you even telling them?
Well, because we want to share, we want them to learn.
No, but
You can do
didn't you notice that Jews, depending on which, where who you met, they're all different. And
Oh,
it's
of
so
course.
hard, like, this tells you can do this and can't do that. This one tells you can do that. And
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
like
That's
So so here's the answer. And again, I learned this with Schwartz, okay, who founded the first Chabad house, which is why I look at all these Chabad rabbis and no one impresses me. I'm sorry. They just don't. Including Kuhn.
What
Who
about Gordon? Did he
is-
impress you?
The old man is a great organizer. Schwartz is the one who founded the first one who did it all. So I don't get impressed easily by people. Always be willing to ask the person who says Judaism says fill in the blank, what is your source?
That's right.
And if they can't tell you what their source is, or they can't find the source, they are full of it. Period.
So it's very simple example that.
And these don't come, I don't make these up in 2 minutes, right?
So like a simple example, when we do halal, right?
Uh-huh.
Prayer over bread. Some have 2 halas. Others say, oh no, you can just take different pieces of, bread type and just do the prayer.
And do you ever ask anyone why?
No, I didn't. They just said that's what they were taught.
Yeah.
So they didn't have to.
I mean, there's too many women in this room for me to be as rude as I want to say right now. Okay, you have 2 halot,
Yeah,
both theologically for the combination of male and female. But you go back to it, the reason you have 2 halot is because in the time of the temple, you had 2 on the showbread table, along with the song. That's why. And so even though we don't have a temple, we're always remembering Shabbat at the temple.
so if they choose to, they say they can do it in their temple, 2 breads, what does?
They're saying you got 2 breads, you take 1 bread, but you split it in half and put it together, that's your choice.
No, they have to be whole, they say.
These are all
Did they just
minhas.
make it up?
Okay, people make the crap up as they go along. You know the story of the chicken soup,
Yes.
right? Woman converts to Judaism, and thank you very much, love. She converts to Judaism, first Shabbat together.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, the first Shabbat together, they go, they have Shabbat, she makes chicken soup, she says to her husband, what do you think about chicken soup? He goes, that's great, you take the back quarter of the chicken out before you make the soup. She goes, no, why would I do that? He goes, I don't know, I just know that's how you make kosher chicken soup. She goes, why? He goes, I don't know, my mom did. So they go to mom. Mom, is it true that you always take out the back quarter of the chicken before you make chicken soup? Absolutely. Why? Grandma did. They go to grandma. Grandma, is it true you always take out the back quarter of the chicken before you actually make it into soup? Absolutely. Why? I don't know, my mother did. They go to granny, 95 years old, 4'10", 6 inches of hair, right? Big glasses. They say, Granny, is it true that when you used to make chicken soup, you always take the back quarter of the chicken out? Yeah, I think that's true. Why? I had a small pot of it. Okay? I'll give a really specific example. We are commanded, L'shev b'sukkah, we are commanded in Torah to eat, sleep, dwell in the sukkah. Chabad rabbis thought it was too tough and too cold, so they made the ruling, you don't sleep in the sukkah. Excuse me. Thank you. It says what it says, but they decided to say it doesn't. It's too uncomfortable, it's too cold, we can't do it this year. Which is fine, you can't do it. You're not allowed to suffer. But so that instead of being this year we can't and this night because it's cold, but this time we can, it became the custom over time. No Chabad guys. But that's not an atonement. That's bikah. That is right. Go find a Chabad when they sleep in the sun. So people make their stuff up. They shoot an arrow and then they draw a target around them. They say they hit a bullseye. And that's not always when someone says to you, this is a Jewish practice. Always, if you give them, where does that come from? You may notice when I do challah, I'm holding the bread. I know you notice this. My hands move. Baruch atah Adonai. You notice that? Okay. It's because in the Breslov tradition, Rabbi Nachman taught that when you focus on Baruch, you should focus. I learned this from Rabbi Avraham Greenbaum. So those are my sources, right? That when you focus on Baruch, you should focus upon God above you. When you focus atah, you should focus on God in the earth, in the world, in the physical world. And when you focus Adonai, you should focus on God in your heart. So when you say your blessings, Baruch atah Adonai. Okay? You guys ever notice that I do that? That's where it comes from. I was taught that by Rabbi Avraham Greenbaum. God willing, you all meet him in Israel when we go to Spot. It's really Alison about one of the special beings on this planet, considered one of the great Kabbalists of our time. Okay, down the rest of it.
If we meet him, we're gonna ask him where it comes from.
You can go
to older rabbi, and we're gonna learn about the smallpox.
He'll make a reference to Rabbi Nachman because he's translated all of Nachman's work, and I don't know Rabbi Nachman. I don't. He cites, if you ever read his book, Wings of the Sun, on Jewish healing techniques.
Wings of the Sun?
Wings of the Sun. It is probably the definitive book on Jewish healing techniques. And it is filled with citations.
S-U-N.
S-U-N, yeah. By Rabbi Avraham Greenbaum. It's filled with citations where he sources everything. He was the Harkness Fellow at Cambridge. So you can imagine how he sources everything.
Okay, I'm looking that up.
Okay, that's who he is. So I can tell you that our tradition teaches, off the top of my head, I can tell you that our tradition teaches that there are 10 Psalms called the General Healing, and it's talked about by Maimonides, and it's talked specifically about by Rabbi Nachman about how there are 10 Psalms of healing that can heal any physical disease in the body when chanted appropriately and sung appropriately. Without looking it up, I can't tell you where Nachman says it. I can't tell you where Rambam says it. But if you said to me, Rabbi, I really want to know, not that I don't believe you, but I really want to check, is this source right? Or you just hear it from somebody else? I could go check it. It would take me 10 minutes and I could find exactly where Rabbi Nachman says it. Okay, exactly where Rambam says it. Always be willing to ask someone. Someone says to you, this is Jewish astrology, is Jewish. How is this? Right? It's right there. So I think it's really important to recognize that to the person who does not know the Tao, a tree is a tree and a cup is a cup. To the student of the Tao, there's a separation, but to the master of the Tao, there's not. Jewish spirituality, a holistic view of Jewish mysticism or spirituality. That's why I don't like the term Kabbalah, because that's specifically Lurianic, as opposed to Maaseh Bereshit or Maaseh Merkavah, things like that. Jewish spirituality is deeply embedded and interwoven with every one of our practices, our rituals, everything. So, unless they're students of liturgy, they read Rabbi Hoffman's doctoral dissertation on it, or any number of books like that. Most guys that you'll ever meet that are quote unquote observant have no idea why the structure of the liturgy of the morning service is what it is. They have no clue what we've learned in this congregation about how it parallels and is taken directly off of God's sacred name. They don't know. You all could read, there's a book by Rabbi Larry Hoffman, Rabbi Lawrence Hoffman on, I think it's called Structure. There's another great book by Rabbi Eli Monk, 2 volumes set about the structure of the liturgy. But they didn't study. But they know how to do it by memory. So I think that as Jews, we need to do what we need to do, and we need to know why. That help with everything? Or is that just, did I just go off on a
I just
rant?
ordered like 12 books off Amazon right now.
Did I go on a rampage?
I know, I just ordered 12 books off Amazon. I keep writing. Sorry.
Ask her about our house, yeah.
Going back to cutting the hind quarter of the chicken, are we allowed to eat the hind quarters of the chicken, or
Yes.
is that forbidden the way?
No.
Okay.
I don't, does the chicken even have sciatica in it or not, right?
Yeah, it does. It has all the same things, it only has one ovary instead of two.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's all about the whys. And the other piece though that's so important that cannot be stressed enough is what this says about, do we have to be at the effect of the stars? No. No. But still good to know about them. Right? Still good to know about them. I mean, I guess if you were really, really good, you would know, you could do an astrological chart on every person you're about to do business with and know what they're gonna do. All the going, I don't know, I mean,
So you call them up beforehand and ask them their birthday and everything?
you asked them on June, what's your Hebrew name? Right?
Can I go back one step?
Anything.
Sorry, but why should we be allowed to eat the hindquarters of a chicken if they have the sciatic nerve?
Chicken should be part of number one.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, but,
It doesn't have, it's not the same. We
okay,
didn't wrench the hip of the chicken, we wrenched the hip of Jacob.
what about a lamb? Can you eat the hindquarters of a lamb?
No, you cannot.
Because
It's basar, it's meat. Cannot eat any animal.
chicken
Only because we say so. Chicken used to be part of.
What is the source?
Okay, so source is that, so we're supposed to put a fence around the Torah to make sure people don't violate, right? Like a fence around your pool. So what defines meat is something that can be milked. Okay? No, chicken cannot be milked. You can try all day. It's not gonna get any milk. And a chicken should be like a fish, part, right?
Yes.
And it was. So the rabbis determined that the Jews are too stupid, because remember how you cook meat is on an open flame. And Jews would be too stupid to tell the difference between cooked chicken and cooked cow.
Are you
Because they're
serious?
both burnt. This is exactly how. Because they're both burnt. Okay? So to make sure no one ate burnt cow by accident thinking they were eating burnt chicken, they included chicken as basar, as meat. So I have a friend who keeps glot kosher, with one exception. He will eat chicken and dairy together whenever he can, because he says, the heck with those rabbis, I can tell between my chicken parmesan and meat. And he does it, not because of what, he does it on purpose, just to say to the rabbis, you're stupid. I'm not that stupid, okay?
So how much of the rabbinic laws are, I don't want to say optional, but is there wiggle room for interpretation?
Of course, because in Parsha Shoftim, in the book of Deuteronomy, it says you should go to the judge of your time, do what he says left or right. So of course there is. And that's, so, you know, Orthodox people can say Reform Judaism is not Jewish all day, but the reality is, according to the book of Deuteronomy, it is. Because it says, if that's the judge of that community, he has every right to say we're doing this.
As long as you're on that tangent here.
Does that help you a little bit with that? So the question is what laws? Some are from Torah, some are from Talmud, which are oral, and some come later.
The rabbinic laws are.
Whereas rabbinic laws are, rabbinic laws are later than the laws that are given to us at Sinai.
Yes, yes.
So yeah.
The rabbinic
Here's your
laws.
teaching, okay? Old story. God says, 3 times God says to Moses, he says, you shall not boil a calf in its mother's milk. Says God, Moses, I think you've heard me say this. You're smiling. That's
Yes.
right. Don't boil a calf in its mother's milk. Moses says, I can't have milk and at the same time from the same calf and the same meal. Moses, don't boil a calf in its mother's milk. I can't have dairy and milk in the same meal. Moses, don't boil a calf in its mother's milk. I can't have milk and meat within 6 hours of each other. Fine, Moses, have it your way. Right? That's the story. some things are rabbinic, some things are Torah. Sukkot is almost all Torah, which is why it's one of the second. So other questions on that? Okay, you had a comment.
This is an aside question, but
Aside, that's a purple berry.
I always thought fish was, neutral.
It is.
So why is it that certain groups don't mix fish with beef or meat?
Got me.
Okay, they have a time, you know what I'm talking about, your Chabad friends. They don't eat, I don't know. I don't understand that.
There was something with like Worcestershire, you can't put Worcestershire sauce with meat or something. There was something I read that was that, it was that exact thing. And
Well, there's some fish in Worcestershire. There's like
Right,
anchovies.
Kim, I feel that cough coming up again.
Oh, okay.
No,
So,
as I came across
I don't
I
understand
never
that. It was
understood that.
mystifying to me.
Yeah, that's what it
It's
was.
arbitrary.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think you've all heard the story when I was wrapping a guy's tefillin with the Persian woman.
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Persian woman wanted to get wrapped tefillin, so I grabbed her son. And the idiot Pisher Chabad rabbi says, well, she's not allowed. He said he said, I'm not comfortable, that's fine. I said, really, where? Because she's not allowed. It says so in the Torah. Where? Oh, I know, I taught me. She's not allowed. I said, here's my card. I'll take you and your wives and your rabbi and his wife to dinner. You show me where a woman's prohibited from wrapping tefillin. Because she's not.
It's just a tradition?
It's patriarchal BS.
Oh. So is that,
Understand something with Ashkenazi Jews. In Judaism, the archetype of a woman is Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, Miriam, Deborah, right? Strong, powerful human women. In Catholicism, through all Christianity, it's either a virgin or a prostitute. So there's the things you do with your wife and the things you do with your mistress. Okay? Never shall the twain meet. That's why French is a Catholic country, it gets along so well that way, right? So here's the example. Jews say that a woman must walk behind the husband. No, it doesn't. The Talmud says a woman cannot walk in front of her husband because he will be thinking of the wrong things when he's looking at her. It does not say she needs to walk behind him. That's the subservience of a patriarchy that is misogynistic, and that is from Catholicism. Just like the clothing is from Catholicism. It's not Jewish. And in fact, we have female rabbis in the Talmud.
so this wrapping, so in theory, if I wanted to, I could wrap.
Mhm.
And when I had,
As long as you're not in a menstrual cycle, because during a menstrual cycle,
I
you
understand.
cannot have quick clothes.
So that's the same thing as when I had a bat mitzvah. The girls generally didn't get talit. Now they do, so it's okay.
Why can a woman not have a color?
I'm just asking, because I'm ancient. When I had a bat mitzvah, we did not get talit.
You are not obligated.
We're not obligated, but we can. It doesn't.
Correct.
All right,
You're not. The fact that you're not obligated does not mean you are prohibited.
got it.
Okay?
No, I totally understand. I'm just trying to put all the pieces together in my head.
So that's why, if you want to understand really Jewish practices better, go look at the Persian Jewish community practices.
Really?
Yeah, because that community in the 6th century before the Common Era
Gotta
came from
get
Israel to
some-
Babylon and stayed there until the 1970s.
I need more designer clothes though to go to the Persian Jewish community.
So you know what I love about it? Where's the ark supposed to? Where's the bema for the rabbi supposed to be? Does anyone know? Center of the room.
Why is it up there?
Because this became the Ashkenazi thing because of Catholic priests as your gateway to God.
Oh.
So you can walk into certain temples and they're rabbi-centric, just like being priest-centric, and the rabbi's pulpit is right here in front of the ark because the priest is the gateway to God. We're up front, which is fine. We should be to the sides because I'm not your gateway to Torah,
Right,
right?
right.
So does that, we picked up Catholic influence. What do you want to say?
I'm learning more.
Yeah.
Thank you. Toda rabba.
How to get rid of it.
Education. But you knows what a fight is? It's a daily fight for me.
Oh, maybe I'll go buy myself a talit now.
It's a daily fight for me. Buy it in Israel when you come to Israel this summer. Come to Israel this summer, buy it in Israel. So it's a daily fight.
Speaking of that, could you just talk for just a minute
I
about
haven't
your
watched
meal
VBS.
this morning, like 12:45 a.m. It was so condensed, and it was so, not condensed, it was so, it's troublesome and complicated.
Me too.
Three hostages came, we got three hostages back.
We got
Beavis-
5, 8.
No, I'm talking about just yesterday.
8 because of the tie.
You're right.
That was,
That's-
that was a few days ago.
Oh, that was
Yes-
Sunday,
Yeah,
Saturday?
So,
yesterday.
Oh, yesterday was 3.
I don't think anyone thinks that baby's coming back.
They're not, they're,
I agree.
But they have to say that the bodies, that they're dead.
Oh,
what,
But they opened up Rafa. But Hamas has never said they're dead, have they?
no, they
Yes,
wouldn't
they
say
have.
that. They have
they
that.
did it too.
Well,
They videotaped the father telling him his family was murdered. And they also said
It was
publicly
Israel's fault.
that it's Israel's fault because it was during the bombing and the
Yeah,
early
of course,
part of the war.
everything's Israel.
But you can't trust anything they say.
They may not even be dead. They may be raising that kid to be a Hamas terrorist. God forbid.
If that kid's alive, if either of those children or the mom is alive, it's a miracle. That's all I can say.
And I'm praying for you.
I think everybody is. I don't agree. I don't disagree with that.
So it's,
Where are they gonna-
BB's coming here.
He's here. He'll be meeting with the president Tuesday.
Who else? I forget who's going to Saudi Arabia. You guys know that. It's a mess. How's that for the simple answer?
Yeah.
Simple answer. But Joel and I have a thought about what the good game plan is, but I'm not going to put it because you're recording and I'm not.
Turn off the recording.
Caroline Glick just got named as part of Netanyahu's cabinet.
As Trump's or Netanyahu?
Netanyahu. She's going to be Caroline Glick. She's going to be leading the international affairs something. Yeah, she's great. She's great.
So, look, I try and write every day. Sometimes it's phrased easier, sometimes it's more just in bullet points. I'm tired.
Thank you for everything.
But now you all have a Jewish astrology, so I don't have to know which ones. Any other questions on any of
Oh,
this?
she is great.
Yes, Lex.
Back to like the patriarchal thing, have you ever heard that, like, one thing I heard was like, it used to work a lot in the Jewish communities with architecture where, like a man cannot look in the eyes of a woman who has gotten her period. Have you heard that?
What?
We gotta wear a sign around your
She was
neck.
working for them, he wouldn't look in the eyes.
But it's not, it's.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Lexi. How would I know?
Exactly.
That's what my question is, like, you don't know. You would-
So I will tell you what, again, I use Schwartzy as, this is a nice way, I think, of maybe something that Schwartzy used to greet everyone. It's knew him well, in which case I'd get a hug, he'd give me a hug. Man or woman,
Trying to drown him.
he greeted every human being, unless he knew them very well, the exact same. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you, sir. So never was he shaking a man's hand and then pulling his hand back from a woman. He was always, it's nice to meet you. Very good.
They carry books in their right hand so they don't have to shake.
Well, he did it, but he did it with men too. He treated
That's nice.
everyone like that. And he was a very special man who really, he sat on the beach in Venice, I guess, every Sunday, a long time, or most Sundays, saying Jewish astrological readings in one of his the largest t-shirt collection, colors and tie-dyes. Sitting at a little table, Jewish astrology. Oh, you're Jewish. What are you doing for Shabbos next Friday? Single? I said, come to dinner and we'll meet some nice Jewish boys there. Come next week, come Friday, meet some nice Jewish girls. Come have dinner at my house. And he got them for decades to do this.
So smart.
For decades on Venice Beach. We had all the hippie Jews hanging out, the hippie dippy Jews, the New Age, Grateful Dead, smoking their pot, doing whatever. And they'd see this guy in the t-shirts. Jewish astrology. And they would come to it. And for all those Chabad people who say, you can remind them that the man who founded the first Chabad house in the country, for years, while he was still Chabad, he left Chabad with the rabbi's permission because he became so corrupt, especially out here. That's why he left in form of a chesed. He left for a lot of reasons. It's one of them. But when he was still doing Chabad, Sundays he was out Jewish astrology. So when these, oh, it's not allowed? What does that tell you about how far away Chabad has gotten from the knowledge of the people who found it? Yeah. So,
But then the minion rule is still, but that's part of one of the mitzvah.
yeah, there's a lot of
But that's not an arbitrary thing. That's.
You're not counting women?
Right,
Yeah, but that comes from a different reason.
right. No, I know. I'm just making,
It's not Chabad,
Right.
that comes from a different reason.
right. I know, right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, different reason.
I was saying something.
So, take these home, they're yours,
Thank you.
take your notes home. Thank you, Orlando, for doing all of this. It's,
Well, thank you both.
Boy, am I tired. So is this worthwhile for people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I came late.
How many of you got a lot of new information?
Too much crazy stuff.
Think what my head is like.
I can't imagine.
Think what she's got to live with.
Oh,
Okay, think what's going on in my brain.
that's what
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yes, sir.